observe them, be able to see them and say, look, I am not afraid of running out, not having enough, not being enough, but I am open to receiving. I'm willing to observe this little critter when it shows up and saying, I see you, but I'm not going to let you control me today. Right. So that, I think, is the first and most important item. And I will just tell you that the books, The Big Leap and Conscious Look, are two fantastic resources to get past those mindset challenges. So number 2, write this down, is your own value is a reflection of your own self-worth and your willingness to ask for what you are worth. So if number 1 is, are you open to receiving? Number 2 is being able to articulate your value and your worth. Now, on a very implementation tactical level, that comes down to being able to write sales copy, for example, to do what Jackie is doing here and saying, I have tremendous value. I can provide immense value to you. I can help you achieve a greater state of being and wealth. She's declaring her own self-worth, and that just takes some courage and confidence. And that comes from practicing item number 1, which is, am I open to receiving? But that leads us to number 3, which is the most important part of all of these. And that is making more offers. So if number 1 is being open to receiving, I am willing to receive $10,000 or $25,000 or $50,000. And I've said forever, this is a very, very important thing when we talk about making more offers, and just be willing to suspend your own disbelief. And I want you to type this into chat right now. Type in, how big does the check need to be right now to change my life?
Oh my.
Okay. What would that number be? Type it into chat. Okay. $20,000 is what Don says. Keep it going. Come on. Keep them coming in. I don't care what it is, but this would be something that would make a big difference. Okay. Eski says 10,000. Okay. 15,000 from Rohit. Pat says 50,000. Great. 40,000, 50K, 50K per month. Mauricio. Whoa. Nice. Okay. There's $1 million, says Mary. I know it's getting up. Georgia says 2,500 bucks. So here's what I will tell you. The fastest way to make $1 million is to make $1 million offer to the right person whose life can be changed and affected by you right now. And then from there, it comes down to dividing that up. But I remember it wasn't too long ago, the thought of asking for $25,000 for me just being present and providing value to someone, be able to answer questions, to be a partner to someone to achieve their goals. And then $100,000, even $250,000 used to blow my mind. And here's the truth. People who become billionaires are working with different metrics in their life. $25,000 doesn't mean the same to them as it does to you, or 50 or $1 million. It's just a percentage of their own value. Number 2. So the bottom line is this: being able to make a single offer to one person, although it may sound challenging, is actually the easiest, fastest way to get to your big bottom line. And that is just being able to create a connection, create a deeper relationship with one person. It doesn't take going out and creating relationships with 1 million people. I used to believe that I had to go out and change the lives of 1 million people, until I realized that all I had to do is just do it for 1, and then 10, and that leads to 100. So part of what prevents us from, number 1, being open to receiving, number 2, to being able to provide value and provide a reflection of our own self-worth, is just believing something is possible and showing up with that mindset. And if this sounds fundamental to you, it's because the fundamentals are the things that matter. And having a great coach is one of the most important things that matters, is being able to have someone say, I believe in you. I will help you work on your speech patterns, on the reflection of your own self-worth, and listen to you and reflect that back to you. So to summarize, number 1, are you open to receiving? Number 2, being able to provide value, a reflection of your own self-worth. And as I like to say, what is your superpower? What is your greatest superpower? What value can you provide? And number 3, just going out, making a connection and being able to have a conversation with someone to make that offer. And I believe that right now, inside your phone, inside emails, are people who know who you are. They know what your self-worth and what your value might be. And you can go out and just start a conversation with them. And I'm going to teach you something really, really simple right now. And with your permission, Jackie, I'll give everyone a free resource to help them even further.
That'd be great.
Okay. It's called Money Phone. And the basic idea is if you just pulled up your phone right now and you put it in airplane mode, and do this after the summit is done, just put this in your number 1 action item today. And you look through your mobile text messages and you start flipping through and asking yourself this simple question. Is the person I'm looking at someone who would become a great client, someone who would be willing to reward me for providing value, whether it's $1,000 or $5,000 or $20,000 or $50,000, where I can provide my super value to them? And mark them down, just make a list on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 meaning the most likely to say yes and 1 being the lowest. And the next one is this person someone who might be could possibly provide referrals to me? In other words, introduce me to 1 or 2 people who I could do business with right now. And number 3, is this someone who might have an audience of 1, 5, 10, or 100 people that I could present my value in front of and be able to start a conversation, an offer conversation with? So I only have 15 minutes today. These are basic, fundamental, but the tool that I'll refer you to, you can check this out at the end of the day, is at gomoneyphone.com. It's a book that I wrote years ago called Money Phone, and it teaches this basic idea. And inside your phone, I can guarantee you, is someone who would be willing to reward you for your superpower, for the value you provide. And with the right conversation, raise their hand and say, yes, I am willing to invest in myself. I'm willing to invest in me to receive something bigger than I have right now. And you don't have to go out. You don't have to build a big platform. There's someone in your network who can either introduce you, provide a platform or a connection, or be the one to say yes.
Right. Mike,
so with that, we've got a couple minutes left. Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, no, Mike, you're so spot on. You know, one of the things, one of the stories I like to tell people is just the power of asking. I remember back, gosh, probably 15, maybe even 20 years ago now, I was doing clinical social work. I was a clinical manager and did a lot of mental health consulting, particularly around deafness. I'm fluent in American Sign Language. And a friend of mine was starting a deaf program. And she kept calling me and saying, Jackie, how do we do this? Jackie, how do we do this? Jackie, how do we do this? And eventually, after the 3rd or 4th call, I just looked at her and I said, Brenda, why don't you hire me to do this? And she's like, oh, can you do that? You know, do you have time for that? And I was like, well, I don't know. Do you have the money for that? And that led to, Mike, a 10-year consulting contract, 10 years of opportunity for me to make a difference, to connect with people, and to create a service that didn't exist before. Now, when I told that story to a bunch of my friends, they all looked at me like, I can't believe that. You just asked her to hire you? Right? So guys, that's what Mike is speaking to. How many of you would have had that? Like, oh, you just told her to hire you? Well, yeah, I had a skill that she needed and she had a need for something I could do. So what do? You ask. All right, give me a high five. Give me a high five. Let's go. Mike, that was super, super awesome. Guys, check out Mike's website. Aaron, we have a speaker's product page, right? Every now, maybe after every speaker, just throw the Summit products page in there. I can't remember what it's called. Gifts, I don't know, benefits, something. So there's a place on my website that you can go check out Mike and his offerings. And of course, you can always scout him out online. So Mike, enjoy your day. I hope you hang out here with us a bit. Just having your vibe on this call is a benefit for everybody. So thank you so much for doing that for us.
It's my pleasure.
Give Mike some love, some high fives.
Thank you.
This is how you say how you say applause in sign language, by the way. This is when you can't hear each other. All right. Awesome, Mike. So
great pleasure. You got it. You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take it easy. So, guys, we're just getting warmed up, and you're already like inspired and ideas, right? This is just so much fun. I'm just having a blast. So, let's give a shout out to Mike on the chat. What did you get out of that? My money phone. Love that. I'm going to do that exercise. I'm going to go to your website and check that out. Absolutely. Boom. Love it. Thanks, Mike. Oh, Aaron, thank you for putting that link in there. All right, good. Manifesting big value. All right, back with me, guys. How you doing so far? We're only getting warmed up here. Hi, Tilly Dunn. Nice to see you here. Awesome. Glad that you're here. Don Gottfried, good to see you, my buddy from Boston. All right, let's keep rolling because, guys, I can't tell you every single person that I'm bringing into the summit has touched and changed my life. And I cannot say enough about this next speaker. His name is Bill McKenna. He's the author of The Only Lesson and the founder of the Cogno Movement systems that he developed after his own life-changing spiritual awakening. Being around Bill McKenna is really a gift because he's so grounded, so centered, so awake, really, is the best way I can say. He has studied with a number of the master teachers to learn the secrets of the masters and the secrets of self-discovery and the ability to create miraculous change in his life and the lives of others. He shares those secrets with his students in his renowned Secrets of the Masters series. But beyond that, it's certainly, and his Cogno Movement practice that he has taught literally thousands of other people how to do, his coaches from all around the world. But I can't tell you enough how much Bill has had an impact on my life. When I met Bill through Ken Foster, who's also going to be speaking later today, and Ken highly recommended Bill to be on this summit. And so I called the dude up, and we're getting related, getting to know one another. And, I was just being real. I'm nothing if not transparent. So I was actually at a point in my life where I was having some difficulty. We met a few months ago when Bill and I met. And I had two family members who were quite ill. One of them with mental health issues and the other with physical health issues, both of whom I was caring for, while also trying to run my business, maintain my marriage. So you could just say I was feeling a little bit pulled at both ends. So somehow Bill sensed that in talking to me, and we had a great conversation. And he just looked at me and he's like, I can help you. I can help you with this. So for the past couple of months or longer, I don't even know exactly how long, I've actually been a client of Bill McKenna, meeting with him weekly around his Cogno Movement system. And the difference in my experience of myself in my life is extraordinary. Now, look, guys, you can tell I already have a pretty great life, right? But even inside of a pretty great life, I'm going to say stuff happens. Life happens. Life comes at you. So, you might just say these last months, year and a half, like for everybody, right? Because, we've got the pandemic going on. But with that, my mom is sick and my son's not doing well. And I was not at the top of my game while I'm trying to, move forward with my business and create this summit. And working with Bill, I guess the biggest difference that I feel is awake and aware and happy and fulfilled and grounded. And what he's able to do through, and honestly, if someone would have told me this is what the dude does, I never would have hired him. Because I was like, Bill, this sounds a little woo-woo, right? And he's like, yeah, I know. But what he does is he helps people rebalance across the corpus callosum, get into some subconscious areas of the brain simply through eye movement and body movement. It says that you can't think yourself out of a feeling. I still got to come back to you on that one, Bill, because I feel like I do all the time. But anyway, he's got the corner office on that. He is a brilliant thinker and teacher. Of course, the fact that he's had his own awakening brought so much into his life, the awareness, the awakening that comes. So, Bill, I can't say enough about you. Thank you so much for the work that we have done together. He also worked with my son for a session, and my son was completely lit up about it. I continue that after the summer. So, Bill, thank you for your impact on me and my life. The lightness of being that I feel, the groundness that I feel. And most of all, guys, get this. This is who you're listening to next. He got up at 4:30 this morning Pacific time to call me at 7:30 East Coast time to make sure I was set and ready to go for the day. That's love. That's commitment. That's Bill McKenna. There you go, dude. You're up.
Oh, thank you. What a wonderful intro. So thank you all for taking the time to be with me today and be at the summit. Jackie is just awesome for putting this together. So what do I got for you today? I have something where we're going to shift the way that you're going to see everything on a go-forward basis. When you look through a different lens, everything is going to now appear completely different. So I want to start with you at the beginning. And what Jackie was saying, what I said, is that you can't think greater than you feel. Many people maybe have heard this before. I don't feel good, so that's about how I think, right? And then we try to struggle with talking ourselves out of having a bad feeling about or being fearful about whatever. Well, what the heck does this have to do with money? It has everything to do with it. And if you just bear with me, you're going to get some real gems here. Okay, so here's the first thing. The first thing is to know that all of us, myself included, we're, for the first 7 years of our life, we're in a theta brainwave state. This is the same brainwave state that, as a hypnotist, we try to get people into so we can program their subconscious. So what's in our subconscious ends up ruling 95% of our lives. So who's around when I am between 0 and 7? It's mom and dad, right? So, and it's the TV set and everything else that's going on, I'm absorbing without a filter. Right now, we're all adults here. We're in a different brainwave state. And what happens is that when we get distracted, our subconscious takes over, right? So how does it all work? Our subconscious expresses itself through the physical body as a feeling. I'm going to say that again. Our subconscious expresses itself through the body as an actual feeling. And then what happens is we will think a thought equal to the feeling. So I'm in a loop. Now, my reality, right, is this 95% of me, which is my subconscious ruling my life. I'm trying to battle it with 5%, my conscious mind. It's an unfair fight. You're like, don't feel that way, but my body feels that way. Interesting research. There's a wonderful professor. He did a TED talk, but he's from Brazil and he's at the University of Southern California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. What he was a neurologist, and what he had been able to scientifically prove is that we have a feeling, and then that comes first, and then what we'll do is we'll make decisions, logically justify our decisions based upon the feeling, right? I'm making decisions based on how I feel. Now you're going to say, well, gosh, I'm a, JD, I'm a doctor, I'm a, and I am, logical, computer oriented, data oriented. Guess what? Psst. You're still having a feeling, and then you're going to use data and manipulate the data to support whatever that feeling you have. Everybody does it. So what's the difference in between you, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos? What's the difference? They feel different. They actually feel different. And with this different feeling, they've been making different decisions. They're no better than you. All those billionaires, for many of you, you know many multimillionaires and billionaires, right? And they ain't no different. So the question really is, how did we create, in this particular case, we have Jackie here, and we created change for Jackie. If you notice, what Jackie says is, I felt happy, content, blissful, all those things in her life. We ended up changing the way she felt permanently. Well, what we did is we rewired her brain. There's a part of your brain that your subconscious, right, gets really hyperactive. And what we found, and we know this through brain science, we hired a lab and did brain scans, and we had them take a test, right? They do this whole testing on response times, how you can figure out problems, how quickly and how many right answers you get, and all these different things, logic and creative, that sort of thing. So we have them take the test before cogno movement and after cogno movement. And we're scanning their brain as they're taking the test. We can see all kinds of chaos and hyperactive brain that is very inefficient. And we take the scan after we do brain cogno movement and do a test, and it's super efficient. They are making faster decisions, more correct decisions. All these things are happening where you can actually see the entire brain being lit up to just the parts. Extremely efficient. This is just what you need. Boom, just like that. But the more important thing is that the reason that things are taking off for Jackie is because Jackie feels different. So this is, everybody goes through this. So how do we do that? Well, for all of you, we're saying, we're saying, hey, you know what, you need to make good decisions, about this. We need to do that, la, 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 la. This, the reason that you might not be doing it today could be manyfold. Well, for some of you, you might have some feelings about relatives. If I, for example, did this, what I did be worth 10 million, or win the lottery today or whatever it might be, then what, old drunk Jackie, the 3 times removed cousin is gonna be at my door trying to get some cash or something. You're like, so it's a conflict, right? It's not really clear. So when we remove the feelings permanently, right? What I say is we create emotional amnesia and craving amnesia. And when we do that, it's gone forever. And your brain literally is rewired. So what can I give you today to kind of help you with this? I want to give you a couple things that are actionable, like right now as an experience. So I wish I had more time. That's the first thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many minutes do I got? I got 2 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do. You absolutely do. I'll even give you 3.5, maybe even 4.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have you to you've got something, let's say, going on, right? You have a challenge in your life right now, whatever challenge that might be. And real quick story you're telling yourself. If you notice, there's actually a feeling in your body somewhere that goes along with this story, but there's also an I position. We have figured out that we can access your subconscious to the exact point in your brain that has this issue in it. There's a specific I position that's relative to that. And then we can clear and find the issue and clear it. Learn the lesson you were here to learn about that, if you will. So the story, the big problem in your life, take your eyes and put them down to the lower left-hand side and tell yourself that story. Tell yourself the big problem. Just turn your eyes to the left right now. Just verbalize. This is the blah, 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 blah. Notice the feeling in your body. Okay?
Yep.
Now go to the upper right over here. Upper right. Tell yourself that story again. Exact same story. You know, I got this blah, 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 right? Notice if it feels the same. Does that feel the same?
Mhm.
Now go down to the bottom right. Tell yourself the story again. Blah, 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 blah. Notice how your body feels.
Right? It's different.
Go up to the top left. Tell yourself that story again. So this shows you that based upon your repetitive thing, you're looking in a certain position, telling that story. When you go through your life now, know where that negative story is? It's in a certain quadrant. Move your eyes somewhere else today. As you're talking to people and you're telling the story, start moving your eyes around. Moving your eyes around. If you can't change can't change your mind, you can move your body.
Right?
There's many, many ways to do this, and this is what cognitive movement's all about. What I just gave you was a little Band-Aid to start reprogramming your brain. Now, we can do this, but permanently where you're not even, like for Jackie, she's not trying to be, you know what, I'm happy and I'm, all these things. She just feels it. It's not, she's not trying to manufacture it. So when this change for Jackie is permanent because we rewired her brain and we've eliminated the feeling out of her body. So if you want, we can do this for you. I happen to work with people one-to-one on extensive programs on a monthly basis. You can do this for yourself through, there's a link, Cognitive Movement, I think /Money Vibe. I think that's it, but it's on the promotional page.
Aaron, go ahead and put that up again, the promo page in the chat.
So on this, you can get a do-it-yourself kit. It's basic training for cognitive movement. You can also, there's many people here who are coaches. We have a practitioner program. So you go through 7 days of training and learn all of these ways to help people. And when you learn this, instead of trying to change people's minds and try to, you need to think this way, you need to change this and that, none of that. You actually just remove the feeling. You give them emotional amnesia of those other things. Every CEO I talk to, every CEO says the same. I ask them the same question, and I say, hey, are your problems in your business? If you looked at them, are they mechanical, financial issues, or is it really at the core of it an emotional issue? And all of them across the board say the same thing. You know what? The big issues in my business are managing other people's emotions. That's it. The other stuff's mechanical. Anyway, you can be the hero. You can help people and you can change their lives, not temporarily, permanently.
So great. Bill, I want to just take a minute to say, we did this big problem issue, Bill and I, a couple of weeks ago. And the thing that it was amazing. So we worked on it. We did eye movement around it. We helped kind of clear the emotion that I had about the big problem that was happening for me. And within 2 hours of the session that I had with Bill, no kidding, the big problem got resolved. And Bill never even asked me what the problem was. We didn't even talk about it, right? So the issue was I'd had a summer program set up for my son. It fell through. It was a treatment program. It fell through and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? And within 2 hours of doing the session with Bill, I got a call from the treatment provider that they had set up something else that was actually more effective to take care of my son's needs. Bill never asked what the problem was, but within 2 hours, the problem got resolved. So this goes on, kind of a little bit about my teaching as well about energy and vibration, that when you change the vibratory pattern of your feelings and your thoughts, when you shift your vibratory pattern, you connect with a different place on the energy matrix of life itself. So you're not only impacting your experience, but you're actually impacting what's happening around you. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Any last comment before that?
Oh gosh. Well, exactly what you said. This kind of goes into the other quantum realm, but what your experience is so real, and we have it happen every single day. And if the emotions are very intense, like a conflict in a relationship, a real, employee, a boss type thing, and all of a sudden, like that, the person is your new BFF. And it's crazy, but I never would have thought it in a million years before, but this is an everyday occurrence.
So great, Bill. Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. I hope you'll hang out for the rest of the day. Let's give some love and some shout outs to this dude, Bill McKenna, Cogno Movement. You can find him online.
Good job, Bill.
Yeah, nice job, Bill. Hey, Ken, super glad that you connected us. Awesome. All right, let me go back to gallery view. All right, you guys ready? Shake it all out. Okay, let's be here, be present, because every single speaker, like, were you just blown away by what Bill said? Were you blown away by what Mike said? Put your seatbelt on, because every single speaker is that way. Like, I am so changed. I'm like a different human being from just setting up this summit. Hey, Lynette Culverhouse, good to see you here. So let's take a breath. Leave it out. All right, let's get present, because who we have up next, Dr. Vijaya Nair. Again, I get these introductions. I think Chris introduced us, Vijaya from Launch Moxie. Chris Van Buren from Launch Moxie introduced us. We're on a author co-op platform together, Vijaya and I, working with the same company. And so we met through Chris Van Buren. And so I just have a name, right? Name and a phone number. And Chris says, call up Vijaya. She'll be great for your summit. I think you guys will really hit it off. So I call up Vijaya, and I literally was like, I just dropped off my son's at his girlfriend's for a half hour long, and I had some time to kill. So I'm calling her from my car in the parking lot, of a plaza. It's in Lexington, Massachusetts. And within like 3 minutes, I am completely awestruck. Didn't even know where I was, listening to Vijaya, her wisdom, her depth. It's extraordinary. So Dr. Vijaya Nair, a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. You've been in Massachusetts as well, Vijaya. I love that. Yeah. I met my spouse when she was a student at Harvard, getting her graduate degree. So Dr. Vijaya Nair, a Harvard-trained psychiatrist, epidemiologist, transformational health and business mentor and coach, delves into why understanding one's mindset matters and shares her insight for transforming scarcity to an abundance mindset. Right? Isn't that awesome? So, So, Vijaya, let me just, start off and asking you this question. When, what is a scarcity mindset and what is an abundance mindset, right? We hear these phrases all the time, but, I don't know, do people walk around like, oh, I think I have a scarcity mindset? Like, so, what are they? And let's just dive in there with your work.
Right. This is such an important topic. And thank you, Jackie. Thank you for putting together, first of all, this amazing Money Vibe Summit with all these fabulous speakers. And yes, I'm alluding to Bill McKenna. I'm very familiar with EMDR, and the founder was actually in Columbia University where I trained. And I've just loved the work. So yes. A scarcity. We don't go around thinking we have scarcity, but the thinking is that for business, especially business owners and entrepreneurs, even individuals, when you go around thinking that there's only so much limitations, in opportunities, in your time, in your money, in your status, and all the good ones have been taken already, and there's a whole series of blocks which we'll come to. A scarcity mindset actually prevents many people from achieving what they really want, their goals, their dreams. You know, when people wrote there with Mike's fabulous question, how much do you want to achieve? And you're putting a money there, and then there's a voice in your head saying, oh no, you can't do that.
Right. You can't have
Or
it.
maybe not, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, that's the realistic part of me. No, it's a block, really. And I love the fact that, you know, when we can like be present to it without that feeling of the anguish, it says, oh my God, and comparing yourself and criticizing and judging and blaming and whining, you know, it's like, you know, why do I have this? But in an abundance mindset, when you have that, you're constantly creating value, you're constantly creating opportunities for yourself, for others, and you're in this value creation. It's like saying that, you know, switch got turned off and you say, well, what can I do? Okay, something drastic happened. And, you know, what else is there? That mindset. So what is the difference, right? It's a subconscious block. It's exactly as Bill McKenna said. And my sense is the work that I do is a lot of it is got your paradigm. It's understanding that, you know, underwater, if you think of the analogy in the underwater, right? Top of the water where all the waves and storms are, but deep in the ocean, there is a peace and calm. So, but the law is a little bit different. So when you go into the subconscious and when you're going to work with consciousness, we could go on and on about that, which I would, the consciousness itself, there are different paradigms, different principles, what the sages and saints and the rishis and enlightened masters have found. And I found in my work and personal experience, I had 2 cancer diagnoses years ago. And the way to heal, it's like finally listening and understanding what the principles mean.
It's awesome. I love that. And I want to emphasize too, it's not like you have one or the other, you know, that you're all the time in scarcity mindset or all the time in abundance mindset. You know, because when I was listening to you talk like that, you're always creating and generating opportunity. And I was like, well, yeah, maybe it's not always, right? There's this way in consciousness that we're constantly moving and gravitating. And our goal, I believe, our purpose in life as human beings is to more and more move toward those higher levels of consciousness of love and acceptance and oneness and unity. And yes, abundance. So I don't want people to be like, oh, wow, Vijaya's got the corner office on that abundance mindset thing. I'm screwed. You're not, right? Right, Vijaya?
You're not. It's like what Bill was saying. There are ways to address your subconscious and where we drop the pull, the gems of truth. And there is a part of you that like knows it, but I never lived it. You don't act on it.
Yeah.
So when you get that and you act, what I like to do now, with your permission, Jackie, is to give people a short meditation. It's very light, but if you're driving, please drive to the side of the road, okay? And don't listen when you're really driving, operating machinery and all that. But if you're there and sitting and comfortable, as I see most of you on this, put a hand on your heart, because that's where we want to awaken, right? And then the other hand, you could put it on your belly, and it's a belly breathing. And if you get tired, you could put it down, open your palms, you know, put it on your lap. But just this meditation, just close your eyes and just breathe. Breathe into your heart. This meditation is about identifying, releasing your money blocks. So let's take a deep breath together and just acknowledge that everyone has money blocks. If there were no money blocks, we would be experiencing all the abundance there is. And actually, there is an unending abundance. So just breathe it in, take a deep breath. The amount of good that we allow in our lives, the amount of love, the amount of freedom, the amount of creativity, the amount of goodness, the amount of depth in relationships, the amount of health, the amount of good food, everything we can allow in our lives has to do with our relationship with abundance and with our relationship with scarcity. So recognizing that we each have abundance blocks is not that something is wrong with us. It's just an evolutionary process of us becoming more and more aware of just, in fact, who we are and what we are part of. that we are each far more than we have ever known in our lives. And we each contain way more than we ever thought possible to access in life itself, in both the invisible and the visible life, to abundance itself. So just take a deep breath. And so identifying and releasing our abundance blocks. So imagine that you're walking down a long, long, long hallway. And as the hallway goes deeper and deeper into your heart, okay, further and further, there are no doors to the right or to the left. And down the hallway. And as you go down this long highway, you realize that it's dark from where you came from and where you're going, but you just feel comfortable. And you're in your heart, you see, and you're making progress. And you look ahead and you see a door that is closed. But underneath that door, you see light. You see some light coming in through that crack underneath that door, along the sides, right around the door. And there's a light on the other side of the door, brilliant light, what we call multicolor light. And so you reach for the door handle and you want to try to open it, but the door is locked. And something in you knows that this door is the doorway between a life of limitation and a life of abundance. A life where there's a constriction of circumstances and beliefs about scarcity. And the other side, there is openness and there is freedom and a wonderful, multicolored life, possibilities. And the door is locked. So you take a deep breath. And then you just, unconsciously, you just reach into your pocket and you feel something and you pull it out. And you look at it. It's a key. It's in your hand and you didn't even know that you had it. And you wonder, how long has it been there? I've had the key. So how did I not know that I had this key? And wondering if the key actually fits the door. And you reach into the doorknob, stick the key in, and recognize the key will unlock the door. And this door opens to a wonderful, multi-rainbow colored world of possibilities. Whatever it is you dream in your life, the life that you would like to have. So breathe it in. The difference you could make, the contribution you would get when you access all this and more on the other side of the door in your heart. So for a moment, you're curious what this door is actually made of. And you recognize that this door that has kept you in the dark, where, the light was always available to you and the keys have been yours all along. You realize this is the door of hidden blocks. This is the door of ideas, of separation, the ideas of like the door that has kept you believing in scarcity. And where there's not enough, and you really became that, if you kept on believing that if you really became abundant, you would really lose your friends or family or something that matters to you. There will be a burden of too much success, and there will be too much attention on you, or ideas of like hidden blocks that have come up again and again and again. And again, the little ways you didn't notice, and probably big major ones that you did, turning away from abundance and freedom. And that deep down, not only you, but the power breathing you was seeking to express by means of you. So take a deep breath and then just listen to these abundance blocks, as I said, and then the truth. So we can begin to release these blocks. Now, have you ever felt somehow a lack of deserving, that other people have it and that you don't? If that's ever been the thought in you, and you just don't deserve all the good that you would love, all the freedom you want, for all the money to be there, you realize the freedom you want to live is real love. Big breath. Take a big breath. And the light of truth, that the lack of deserving idea, there's a truth. I didn't create myself. I am being created by a presence and a power and life itself. I'm not even beating my own heart. There's a presence and there's a power. Does it work into and through me? It's this thing called life. and something wonderful is happening to me. So just take a deep breath, and then I'm going to bring back. And if you want to hear more of these abundance blocks, I'm going to put down, a link, if I may, Jackie.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. And it'll be there in the free webinar, and how to access a number of these blocks and dissolve it, right? And we keep listening to it. But thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful opportunity here. And I look forward to be of service to all of you. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Let's give Vijaya our love, our thank yous. Go ahead and give her some shout outs in the chat. Vijaya, when you said, I'm not even beating my own heart, it's the presence living through me. I mean, wow, right? That is so, so true. And if and when we can just surrender, live in that state, that consciousness of surrender, the blocks just go away. So thank you. Vijaya, I could listen to you all day long. Your presence, your soothing, your calm, your comfort. Please do. I know you've got a free webinar coming up in just a couple of days, right? A few days from now? Yeah. So
yes, Wednesday, and I would love to see all of you and how to access this.
Put that up there, and people can go there and sign up. It's also on the speakers page. But Vijaya, you are just such a gift. So I know everyone has really been touched and moved by what you brought to us. So that's what I love about kind of coming together for these live conferences, even though we're in different parts of the world, hundreds of thousands of miles apart, we are connected through this energetic vortex of consciousness and presence and life and energy. And you have just elevated our experience. So we thank you for that so, so much.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. All the blessings and all the best.
All the blessings. All right, everybody. Big breath. Go back to gallery view so I can see everyone. Isn't this great? Are you guys having as much fun as I am? This is a blast. Yeah, so many different perspectives and ways of seeing the world. I'm elevated, I'm transformed. And I'm going to say this every time. I'm sorry. I can't say enough about our next speaker, because really each one of these people has had such a tremendous impact on my life. So our next speaker is Brisa Alfaro. And I have to tell you, I was sitting with my spouse down by the water. We own a lakefront home in central Massachusetts, and we've had some nice weather lately. So we were sitting down by the lake, and she's like, so, how's it going? It's a week or two ago. How's it going? How's the summit prep? I was like, oh my God, it's amazing. I was like, every single person I talk to is really having an impact on my life. And I said, just this gal that I met the other day, her name is Brisa. We had like a 20-minute conversation just doing summit logistics, and here's the date, and can you send out this email? And then we were getting related and talking. She told me about her story of experiencing a stroke and not being able to move her body. You'll hear a little bit about that. And what she said to me was one of the things that helped her recover was what she calls pinky moves. And listen to this, guys. I'm stealing your story. I can't help it. It just made such a difference for me. What we tend to do, what I do, I'm not going to say we, what I do is I notice what's missing. I notice where I've not fill in the blank. I haven't lost that extra pounds, or I didn't get out and do the run today, or this situation hasn't gotten where I want it to be. But we don't pay attention to where things are better. And so that was part of Brisa's story and her recovery. We're going to tell you more about that. So let me introduce. Brisa was a regular, hardworking 32-year-old female who loved life when a rare and severe stroke that she had resulted in what's called locked-in syndrome, which meant she could not speak or move, locked in after her stroke. And it changed her life forever. This type of a syndrome affects only about 1% of the people who survive. 1% of the people who have this kind of a stroke survive. And typically they survive in a vegetative state, unable to move. Extremely rare for patients to recover any significant motor functions, and about 90% die within 4 months of onset. Today, Brisa is an author, a mentor, a breakthrough specialist, and your transformational coach for people in recovery. Let me just switch gears here a little bit. I want to show you a brief video about this woman's extraordinary journey. Give me just a second here. Full screen. Can you guys see that? Can you see that? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Kirsten, you can see the video. Yeah, okay, Good. All right, sit back, enjoy. It's just a minute and a half long. We're gonna hear a little bit about her story. Wow,
Hello,
right?
beautiful
Oops.
minds and wonderful souls, and welcome to another episode of the Black Swan Mindset.
There we go. Sorry about that. Risa, thank you so much for sharing that video with us and sharing your story in your life. I just want to open this up and turn it over to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, thank you guys. So I was, when I first got invited to speak, I was kind of nervous, and I was thinking, okay, I don't know how I'm gonna level up with all the people that are in this room. I mean, the people that have been speaking and the people that are gonna be speaking after me, I'm like, I don't know if I belong here. So I really appreciate it, Jackie, to have for you inviting me to be on this platform. And actually, I had notes. I was like totally prepared. I had notes, and I still have short-term memory. So I'm still working through that. But you guys just saw the video. I mean, I went from a less than 1% chance to standing here in front of you all today to be able to share my story. So I'm expecting you guys will give me a little grace if I forget something. So thank you. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my notes right off of my computer, and I'm just going to talk.
You are exactly where you need to be. You are in the right and perfect place, and we love you, and we cannot wait to hear from your wisdom.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys again for having me. And thank you. And yeah, so yeah, sometimes I don't even recognize my own bio or my own sizzle reel or anything like that. I kind of step back and think, oh my God, that was me. I did that. Yeah, I did that. And I think a lot of times we don't realize the strength that we have within us when we are fighting our fight and going through our battles. And so I think I'm just going to share my story because I want to thank all of you guys and everything. But 7 years ago, I was laying in a hospital bed. And 7 years ago, I had a less than 1% chance to recover. 7 years ago, I remember hearing my mom speaking to the doctors, letting them know that you should probably have the rest of your family start showing up to the hospital because we don't believe that she's going to make it past the next 24 hours. Your daughter developed something called locked-in syndrome. She had a stroke, and this stroke affects both sides of her brain. So it happened in my brain stem. So your brain stem controls both sides. So things can come in, but you can't express that it's coming in. So I was essentially locked in my own body. And so I was listening to everything that was going on around me, and I was just screaming, but nobody can hear me. So it was like living a nightmare. And I thought, this can't be it. This cannot be it for me. So fast forward, I'm in the hospital and I'm listening to everybody else pronounce my fate. Everybody else say what my odds are. And I thought, well, that can't be right. The person that should be deciding my fate is me. I should be the one. If I give up, that's on me. But they said that I had a less than 1% chance. And I use that to fuel my recovery. I saw that 1% chance and I was like, so you're saying there's a chance. Okay, I can work with that. And so many times people give up when they get, their odds are way bigger than a less than 1% chance. But they give up. They stop trying because they see that big mountain and they don't want to climb it. And they know it's too hard. They get halfway there and they're just like, this is too hard. And then they give up. And so I needed to learn to battle myself and battle everybody else that was putting these limiting beliefs on myself. So while I was laying in the hospital bed, my mom did something for me and she played The Secret. The Secret focuses on the law of attraction. On what you focus on grows. And I focused on complete healing. I focused on moving again, living again, and thriving again. And that wasn't going to happen if I closed myself off to possibility. So I needed to find a way to show that I was making a difference. And that difference came with the symbol of a little tiny pinky move. I was able to move my pinky. My mom got so excited because I was in a locked in state. Doctors over and over kept saying I was never going to move again. And my mom saw that pinky move. She ran and told the doctors, my daughter's moving. She's moving on command. And I keep asking her to move and she keeps moving her pinky. The doctors told her, ma'am, I'm sorry. I know you want to believe it, but those movements are involuntary. How many times does that happen to us in life where all of our efforts go unnoticed? We work and work and work so hard, and just for other people to say it was not what we thought it was, and our efforts are unnoticed. And my mom, she's a stubborn Latin mom. She went back and she's like, no. You go back there and you check her. I know she's moving. So sometimes we just have to have other people in our corner, right? So my mom was definitely in my corner. She had those doctors and nurses back in the room. They were all surrounding my bed. And they said, okay, Brisa, your mother says that you're moving. And I need you to show us a sign that you're moving. They held my hand up and they would ask me over and over and over again to move my pinky, just as my mom said. And imagine it's like an energy beam coming from my brain through the barricade, which was my pons, where I developed locked-in syndrome. And it passed that barrier all the way down my arm and got to my hand and started like, when you're loading a computer, it was just loading right here. I just needed more energy, more time. And then the doctor says she's not doing it. And then what did that energy beam do? It started retracting back because I started to believe in them. I believed what they were saying and not what I knew I had inside. So then I switched that focus and I gave it a little more. And I was able to make that energy beam reach my pinky and flicker my pinky. That sent the whole room, they erupted. They cheered. I think 3 stories down, they heard my family cheering and the doctors, everybody. That little tiny flicker of my pinky is what started my recovery. The little flicker of my pinky. So you don't have to move mountains to make things happen. You just have to flicker your pinky over and over and over again. Yeah, after that, I learned months later, I was able to move my arm, and then I moved the right side of my body, my leg, and then The rest, the left side came back over years. I am standing in front of you today, and this has been 7 years of me flickering my pinky over and over and over again. So all I'm asking you today is to keep flickering your pinky. That's what I did to be here today. And I hope that that's a message that will resonate with you when you are going through a difficult situation. When you're hoping for things to turn around, just keep realizing you need to just keep flickering your pinky. You'll get there eventually. Just don't give up.
So what you're saying, Bruce, is really focus all your energy on what you can do. Right? So you had this much of your body that could move, right?
That's it.
And you had all of this that couldn't move.
That's it.
Right? And imagine if you would have focused all of your energy on all of you that couldn't move, where you would be today. You probably would be on the other side. You'd be on the other side of the, right? Not
absolutely. I wouldn't be here with you. I wouldn't be a international number one bestseller.
Right.
I wouldn't be speaking on stages like on the Doctor's TV show or Susie Cart. You'll be hearing from Susie in a little bit. I've been on her stage. I've been on Lisa Nichols stages, and I'm like, who do I have to be to have all of that? You know, and it's because I just keep flickering my pinky over and over and over again. I'm not moving mountains. I'm not doing that, because you look at that and that becomes, it feels like it's impossible. But when you look at it in small little bite-sized chunks and you do it over and over and over again, you get there.
So great. Did you have any sense that you were going to be a motivational speaker and coach before you had your stroke?
Absolutely not.
So it was really the gift. It was the gift that had your purpose before.
It was the gift wrapped in sandpaper.
Yeah. I'll bet it was. It just speaks volumes, Prisa, to your grit, your resilience, your badassery. You got some guns. I love that video because it really shows off your guns. You know, and that you, you know, and your partner are out, you know, being authors, being speakers, making a difference and making money, right? So I also can assume that you not only had a physical transformation, but you also had a financial transformation as part
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then it just becomes limitless.
And it all ends with pinky moves.
And it starts with a pinky move. Yeah. One thing will lead to another, and you stop and look back at your life and go, wow, wow, I'm here. And I never expected it. But like I said, it was a gift wrapped in sandpaper.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Prisa, the inspiration, the hope. So I want to speak to you, my summit participants, and I want you to just now think in your life, where do you need to keep the pinky moves going? Where have you given up on the smaller things because you think that they don't matter, or they're not going to add up, or they don't make a difference? Where in your life can you, instead of focusing on all of this that's not working, right? Her entire body was not working, but her pinky was. Where are you focusing on what's not working rather than what is working? Now, why am I highlighting that? Because everything is energy. And when you focus on the whole that's not working, what you're doing is you're taking that energy flow and you're constricting it. The universe is always working for your good. How can you believe that when you're, you know, laying in bed and a machine is breathing for you and doctors are telling your family it's all over? How do you believe that life is unfolding for your good? Well, you believe that through faith and evidence and inspirational stories like Prisa's just shared with us now. So I want you guys to really look. So take a moment, if you will, go back to the intention that you set. Some of you have joined after the beginning of the summit. So if you have not set your intention for the day yet, if you joined after the beginning of the summit, I want you to really think for a moment, where in your life do you need to have a transformation? Where in your life do you need to take things to the next level? Today's stories and teachings aren't here for your entertainment. They're here for your transformation. Risa is here sharing her story of recovery with us to help us see that no matter how, if you will, how far down you may feel right now, you know, she was immobilized and near dead. And she came back and transformed thousands and thousands of people. So thank you so much.
Eduardo.
It's awesome to be with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something that you posted a while ago. And I just wanted to quote you because I thought it was so profound what you said. You said most people get frustrated while acquiring wealth or health.
Yeah.
Because they focus on the event and not the process.
Exactly.
And when you were talking about there is no event without process.
Yeah.
It's so true. I went through all that I went through to have the success today, but there was a process. And I think we need to celebrate that process. So celebrate it with the pinky move. So thank you so much for saying that. That resonated a lot with me. And
yeah,
I'm going to write that on my mirror.
There are no events without process. Let's all do a pinky move. Yeah. Right.
Pinky move.
Right.
Thank you.
Look at the chat. A couple people already are offering you speaking gigs. Somebody gave you a shout out in Spanish. So people are seeing you and loving you and really receiving you. So thank you so much for being here with us. Just one more time, give her lots of love. Mwah. Awesome. Okay. Take a moment, see if there's from Brisa's story, from her share that you need to put into your life. You're not here to be entertained, you are here to be transformed. Okay, so just take a moment. Make a note. What pinky move do you need to focus on right now, right here today? Because the next speaker that I'm going to be introducing and bringing forward to you is a powerhouse speaker, teacher, author, extraordinary human being. Susie Carter, what I love about her, she says, when you hire Susie, being average or running an average business instantly drops off your list of options. Did you get that? So working with Susie, being average or having your business go okay drops off the list of options. She is relentless in her pursuit of the goals of the clients that she works with. And she comes with a proven 20-year track record, including building not one, but two $10 million companies and selling her business for millions. She is just passionate about creating business that allows you to live your dreams and achieve your financial abundance. And not only all of that, but when I met with Susie to get to know each other and plan the summit, and is this a good fit? Do you want to do this and play in my sandbox and all of that? We had just a really lovely connection. She immediately opened her Rolodex, introduced me to Brisa, and introduced me to a couple other speakers who are going to be on my next summit, by the way. Brief plug, the Conscious Living Summit in September. It's on my website. She opened a Rolodex and introduced me to people for the Conscious Living Summit and for this summit. And she, more than that, she shared with me a lot of personal support about the challenges I was going through with my son and my family, and just gave me her text number if you need anything. If you're feeling like the crazy ass mom that needs some help in the moment, immediately gave me her text number. And just it's one thing to be around people who are crazy successful and really have their business go well, but it's just so extraordinary to be around just delightful human beings. Kindness, love, generosity. And with that, Susie Carter, I am so happy to welcome you to the Money Vibe Summit stage today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So excited. Thank you, Ken Foster. That's how I got.
Is that how we met, Mr. Ken? Awesome, Ken.
That is how we met. Your tribe is your vibe. Write that in the chat. Your tribe is your vibe. You cannot do this alone. I have not gotten where I'm at by myself. Put your tribe is your vibe in the chat. Write that in the chat so everybody can see it. It's one of the things that you've got to really look at. Who am I hanging around with? Who am I surrounding myself with? Are you surrounding yourself with eagles, or are you surrounding yourself with ducks, right? I'm about playing with the eagles, right? Really looking at how do I get out of my comfort zone. And I'm going to give you 5 steps today, really looking at 5 profit pillars, because a lot of times we think it's one, right? It's the money left over at the end of the day. And the reality is that is just not true. So I have built 2 $10 million companies, 7 multi-million-dollar companies, but let me tell you, I had a couple dismal failures in there. So you got to know that, right? I'm not teaching from my mountaintops. I'm teaching from my bloody knees and my bloody elbows and my skin face. And that's how you become a multi-millionaire in building a company. Listen, only 1.7% of small business in this country hit the $1 million mark. Okay, that's not acceptable on my watch. The reality is there's plenty of room. 88% of small businesses doing less than 100 grand. You can go get a JOB for that. So I don't want you to get a JOB. I want you truly to own your business, not own a job. We've all heard that statement before. So I want to look at what are you doing to build your wealth. And business, small business, is the number one way to become wealthy in this country if it has not been handed to you. Wasn't handed to me. Anybody, right? Who's with me? It was not handed to me. I had to work for this. I had to figure this out. Now, the first thing is really, I had to figure it out because I grew up in a poverty mindset. How many of you grew up in a poverty mindset? Right? Here was my coaching around money as a kid. There isn't any, don't ask for any. Anybody else? Money doesn't grow on trees, right? The gift my dad did give me, he said, Sue, you can have whatever you want. Go get a job and work hard. And so I'm like, okay, I can do that. I'm going to go get a job and work hard, right? So later on, I had to work on shifting that mindset of I don't have to kill myself to make money, right? And that's really, right, Jackie? The first one is I want you to look at your mindset. Now, Mike talked about it, Bill talked about it, Dr. V talked about it, Brisa talked about it. So I don't have to talk about your mindset. But what I do want you to create is, what is your wealthy mindset? Mine is, wealth is your birthright. Somebody put that in the chat. Wealth is your birthright. Yes. It's your birthright. It's my birthright. It's for all of us. We're still in a country that allows us to create our own wealth. And if you're not creating your own wealth, you're listening to your story about why you're not wealthy. So I want you to sign up for Bill's class so that we can break that chain, right? You got to break the chain. Your net worth will only go as high as your self-worth. Write that down. Your net worth will only go as high as your self-worth. So if you don't feel like $1 million, you don't feel like you deserve it. Bill talked about it. You got to own that conversation of I deserve. Look, it's all around me in my office. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. You can see it says wealth is my birthright. So when you come into my office, I'm set. I'm clear. This is my job, to make you money. Say amen. Put that in the chat. Amen. Say let's make money. Who wants to make money? Raise your hand if you want to make some money. I got to see you want to make some money. Thank you, Asal. I appreciate that. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Valerie, Kristen, Deb. Thank you. Right, so I'm going to give you 3 of the 10 profit pillars. So in business, you have 10 profit pillars, not 1, Marciano. 10, right? So I want you to look at number 1, right, is when I look at your 10 pillars of profit, 1 is pyramid profit. Now you're like, Susie, what is pyramid profit? Pyramid profit really goes back to looking at your value ladder. Right? Looking at what is the mistake I see entrepreneurs make, and coaching everywhere about creating a low-hanging fruit. Just get them to spend a little bit of money with you and they can go up the value ladder. How many of you have heard that before? Right? Now you are trying to sell a lot of $47 things to make $1 million. You don't have the database. I don't have the database. Right? That's a lead generator, but that's not going to close your $10,000 clients, $25,000 clients, whatever that is. So I always start with my students. I flip that script. Brisa's time is so valuable. I can't have her spending time on a 197 call. Right? I've got to raise her prices. Brisa's a student, has been an amazing student, and she fought being a speaker. I'm not a speaker, but I'm over here crying, and I have heard her story for years. I'm like, I got to speak, I got to suck it up, Cupcake. How many of you, she moved you like that, right? Just I'm all teary-eyed. So I want you to know that looking at the value ladder of going, what's the highest? Write this down. What's the highest income producing activity only I can do? Now, I have been doing this. I'm seasoned, Deb, I'm seasoned. It's not my first rodeo, right? So I know Tilly, right? I'm seasoned. So when I look at my highest income producing activity, I run a multi-million-dollar company, right? I've been building businesses for 25 years, and I still get distracted by the busyness that's keeping me from my business. Let me give you an example. Last month, I'm looking at my income and expenses and looking at sales. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, time out. We spent more money than we collected. Give me the accounts receivable. Let me see what's happening. And the reality was I took my eye off the ball. Y'all, I run multi-million-dollar companies. I do this every single day. I took my eye off that ball. I was looking at other balls. How many of you got so many balls in the air? You can't even, like, I don't even know, learn how to juggle, and I'm juggling multiple balls. I even got a chainsaw in my juggle, right? How many of you have chainsaws in your juggle? So when I looked at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I took my eye off the ball. I had to go back to sales. Daniel, in 1 week, I closed $250,000 of money that was sitting on the table that I was too busy to follow up on. How many of you know you have money you're too busy to follow up on? Wait, where are they? You got this stack of cards. I just came back from an event. I got my stack of cards. This is money, right? This is money. I was talking to my team, and my online business manager said, Susie, give me those cards. They can't be sitting on your desk. I got to get them out to people. I got to get something out to them. So I had $250,000 sitting on my desk in my pipe drive. I have all the systems. I just got busy working on campaigns. I got busy shooting my videos. I got busy, which it's all necessary, yes? Raise your hand, it's all necessary. So I have on my computer a little sticky note. It's taped. I'd show you. It's taped to my computer. What's the highest income producing activity only you can do? And everything else, I got to delegate. I got to delegate because I'm not going to get to the money if I don't put scheduled sales time in your calendar. Put that down. Put scheduled sales time in your calendar every single day. I am still the best salesperson on my team. I have a sales team, but I'm still the one selling the most. Every single day I'm in a sales conversation. Let me give an example. This is a sales conversation, right? It may not come directly from this. I may meet some of you. I may speak on your platforms. I may do a webinar for your audience. I may be able to support you in something. You may become a client. This is a sales opportunity. Do you see that? I need you to see that because a lot of you are waiting for the sales to fall out of the sky. You're like waiting for the sprinkle fairy dust to come. It's going to come. I know it's going to come. No, there's no magic wand. Sorry. That's a hoax. There's no magic wand, right? There's only committed action. So the second profit pillar is called our multiple income technology. So what's multiple income technology? So first is you are the best product. The second is your product suite. Now let me show you. So this is our new book, Power Your Profits, published by Simon & Schuster, best-selling book. We just came out last September during the middle of COVID and a pandemic and awful, not a good time to launch a book. But here's what I want to show you. This book is multiple income technology. You see, you keep chasing squirrels going, I got to create another product. I got to create another product. No, you don't. I've got 3 to 4 product lines. First is the book. The book is $20. I've got a companion course that goes with the book for $2,000. Same content, Tilly, different implementation. I've got videos, I've got workbooks, same content. Some people like to read, some people don't like to read. I took the book that's $20, now I have a $2,000 program. That's a big return on your investment, yes? Mm-hmm. Raise your hand if you see this. Then the third product we created is something called Boot Camp. Boot Camp is a 3-month business building course. And Deb, it's only 3 chapters of the book. Only 3 chapters of the book, and that program is $7,500. You're like, wow, Susie, why is it so much? Well, you have videos. You have done-for-you services. So we're going to help you build your lead generator. We're going to help you build your marketing funnel, right, all into that program. We look at your business plan, your marketing, and your financial plan. And then you have mastermind calls. So the more time with you, the more intimacy with you, the higher your price point. Do you see that? So that's $7,500. Then we have what we call Global Leadership Program. That's a $35,000 year-long mastermind program. You're like, wow, Susie, how do you get that? It's the book. Y'all, it's the same content. Valerie, I need you to see this. Same content, but now every single month we're going through every single chapter with homework, with accountability. We have done for you services. We do your social media for a year. We build your drip campaigns. We build your follow-up campaigns. We build your webinar funnel. Because what I've learned about entrepreneurs is we want the information, but we sabotage, write that down, sabotage. I sabotage my success. Now, one of my clients said, Susie, I didn't know I was sabotaging. I know, Barbara. That's why we call it sabotage, because we don't know that we're doing that. Right? So that's 3 pillars when you look at multiple income technology. The 4th one is executive coaching, working with me one-on-one. Same content of the book. I've just repackaged it to be co-COO with you. Does that make sense? So you don't have to keep creating new content. I need you to repurpose the content you have so you can monetize that success. Somebody put boom in the chat, because that's a boom. That is boom, 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 right? And then the last one, this is probably your biggest failure. And I'm going to guarantee every single one of you, this one thing you're doing wrong. Are you ready to hear my one thing?
Yep, let's do it.
Yes. You are basing your pricing on your time, not your profit. So we call that base price profit versus time profit. Mm-hmm. You see, it doesn't matter what Jackie charges. It doesn't matter what Ken charges. It doesn't matter what Brisa charges, because all our overheads are different, right? I might be spending more. My overhead per month is $60,000 a month. Jackie's might be $10,000. I have to charge more in order for me to break even. But here's what I want you to know. Profit is planned for. Profit is planned for. So on top of your pricing, you have to add profit to that. If you want 10% profit, 20% profit, 30% profit, you've got to put that in your pricing strategy. That is juicy. It took me years to learn that, because I was working really hard doing millions, y'all, millions, and squeaking profit. How many of you know what I'm talking about? I mean, squeaking profit, like I had such a tight budget. I was not frivolously spending. I was managing that number, and then there was no profit. And I'm like, something has to change. Mm-hmm. Right? Accountants and CPAs, that's not their jam. They're looking at the past. They're not looking at the future. You need to look at the future for yourself and your own financial and fiscal responsibility. It just doesn't come. So it is planned. So can I give them a free gift, Jackie?
Oh, yeah, please. Give away, baby.
So here's what I want you to know. That we come bearing gifts, right? And I know Jackie has this on her page.
You are the gift.
I am the gift. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I'm going to give you a copy of my book, and you'll get a copy of a training that goes with the book, because here's what you need to know. It doesn't have to be hard. It has to be strategic. It doesn't have to be hard. It has to be strategic. Awesome. So I invite you to take action. The book is designed that you go right to chapter 8, which is Math is Money, Money is Fun, and look at your financial well-being. If you suck at sales, go to chapter 6. I give you my $100,000 sales script that I used last week to close my $250,000 clients. Okay. I'm just saying, if I can do it, you can do it. I'm your sister in this journey. And remember, wealth is your birthright.
So awesome. Give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Woo, woo. And Jackie, I'm so proud of you. Badass people love you, adore you, and I'm here. Don't do this alone. Don't do the mama thing alone. Don't do the thing alone. We got you.
Thank you so much. Right? Like, just shut up. What is there to say after that? I got nothing. Susie Carter's in the house. Take a breath, right? Are you inspired? Are you lit up? Do you realize that wealth is your birthright? It's not hard, right? Susie, I just have to say, you know, you are in the presence of a master when someone takes really complex concepts and strategies and structures and processes and makes it sound just like effortless. It's like, yeah, this is what I do. This is how I make tea. This is, you know, let's make a sandwich. Let's make a million. Like that's how it occurs for you. That's how you know you're in the presence of a master.
Look, we all make it way too hard. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be fun. Like
Yeah,
I made that up a long time ago.
If you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. Let go of the struggle, the suffering, suffer. Like some of us were born with the suffer.
I know, right?
Let's let that go, right?
Yeah. Wealth is your
Pinky
birthright.
moves, pinky moves.
Wealth is your birthright and joy is your birthright. And when you put the two of those together, you are being your God self on earth. Right? You guys get that?
Amen.
Amen. So how are you guys feeling? Just go ahead and in the chat right now. I want to just do a pulse check. How's everybody feeling? What's present? Just go ahead and type out your message. On fire. Awesome. Susie, love that. On fire. Empowered. Daniel, glad to hear that from you. Energized. Great. Rui, love that. Great. Too many insights. Yeah. Marco, I hope you're taking notes, man. Inspired and empowered. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Good. Wow. Right? Patricia, that's how I feel too. Like, just wow. Amazing. Grateful and excited. Me too. And listen, for those of you who are sitting at home, spending your Saturday with me, I just want to say from my heart, thank you. Really, thank you. I mean, a summit is just not a lot of fun when it's 5 or 6 speakers sitting around talking to each other. A summit is a lot of fun when we create community, we create a tribe, when you bring your attention, your energy, your love, your desire to the table. So thank you, each and every one of you that's chilling with us Saturday, right now it's Saturday afternoon on the East Coast, wherever you guys are, Saturday morning on the West Coast. Rohit in India, it's like middle of the night for that poor dude, and he's still chilling with us. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your love. I'm going to take a minute now. We're all going to take a minute now to just have a brain break, right? Just have a brain break. We can only take in and process so much at the same time. So I have these extraordinary professional speakers, singers, and songwriters to just, just soften and lift our vibe. You guys have no idea what you are in for here. So good. As professional speakers, award-winning singers and songwriters enhance their presentations, concerts, and workshops with a unique speaking style and powerful, just super fun songs, which never fail to inspire, motivate, and lift up their audiences. So I am so excited to be friends, to be colleagues, and to bring these extraordinary women to the stage at the Money Vibes Summit. You guys take it away.
All right.
Thank you, Thank you, Jackie.
So welcome. Thank you guys for doing this and for being here with us from Nashville. I've been
welcome.
This is great.
Everybody's amazing. We love you,
right?
everybody.
And we're only not even halfway through. It's amazing. I'm having so much fun.
So hello, beautiful humans.
Hello.
I am Stowe Daly.
And I'm Karen Taylor Good. And together we are Stowe Good. So Stowe and I met and wrote one song only in the early 90s. But oddly enough, that song was about money.
Yeah, but our prosperity consciousness back then was very low.
Very low.
And the song was called Honey, I Want Your Money. Definitely the reason that we didn't see each other for the next 16 years.
Yeah. So, okay, here's my story. I am 6 years old and I'm sitting out on the playground at Mesita School in El Paso, Texas, and I'm making myself cry by singing, Tammy, Tammy, Tammy's in love. And somehow I know that my purpose in life has something to do with my voice. So fast forward 13 years and I'm singing Proud Mary to really drunk people until 2 o'clock in the morning. And I go, no, this ain't good.
Not quite it. You're approximating your goal, but you haven't quite gotten there yet.
So then there's Memphis. Okay, I moved to Memphis, and for several years, I make $125 a week singing important things like WRLT, Boise, which was better, but not right. And then Chicago calls, and I'm making big bucks singing way more important things. Taco salad, ooh, what a treat, made just for you in a bowl you can't eat. Taco Bell, it's just made for you. And the money was fun, but I had to ask myself, is this how I'm supposed to be using my voice? No, I'm supposed to be a country music star. I forgot to ask myself a very important question. Karen, do you like country music? So the universe allowed a small amount of success on that front before they slammed that door shut, painfully, however, blissfully opening the door marked songwriter. So thank you, universe.
Yes.
So my early 40s brought more financial success and a Grammy nomination, but as a songwriter, so other people singing my songs. And I wondered, but what about my voice, my purpose? So 25 years ago, I made a decision to follow my heart. And since then, I have sung not one taco commercial, not one song about cheating and drinking, but only my songs and our songs about life and death and all points in between. And I am so grateful that I have returned to purpose.
Sometimes I feel like giving up, 'cause I'm all given out, and I wonder why I'm even here. But somewhere deep inside, I still feel the fire. My destiny is calling to me. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream that makes my heart sing, brings more meaning to everything. Return to purpose. Ooh. Help me remember that younger me, who knew what she was born to be. Seems like she got lost along the way.
What she did.
I bet she still whispers in my ear, her message sweet and clear. This world needs you now. I know you know how. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream that makes my heart sing, brings more meaning to everything. Return to purpose. So many humans all in need. First I must take care of me. Return to purpose. Remember who you are. Listen to your heart, make a brand new start, and you're on your way. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream that makes your heart sing, brings more meaning to everything. Return to purpose. Return to purpose. Ooh. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream. Return to purpose. Get back to the dream.
So thank you. So from a very young age, I also knew what my purpose was. And I had a big dream. I wanted to write great songs. I wanted to sing them and then have them heard by millions of people. but I had a lot of doubts about my abilities. And these doubts were fed by other people's negative comments and opinions, and really their fears about what I could accomplish. And sadly, I allowed their fears to become my fears. And while I had some very nice success in the music business, I eventually and sadly let that dream go. I went on to have 2 children. I homeschooled them. And
What a gal.
yeah, I wrote several books along the way, all the while pushing down this little voice inside that kept asking, what about your music? And my only response was that I'm afraid I'm not good enough. So then I found out that fear is really toxic to our bodies, because my body took all the fear that I put in it and it said, if you're not going to live your life, you're going to lose it. And in 2008, I was diagnosed with stage 3 rectal cancer. I ended up weighing 50 pounds less than I weigh now.
That's scary.
Yeah. And I was recommended for hospice. And the very sad part of this for me was that it felt like I was going to die with my music still inside me. But I forgot what I was going to say.
But it was so good.
Anyway,
it took 2 years.
It took 2 years of having that cancer and coming this close to the edge of death before I finally got this message that fear doesn't stop you from dying. It stops you from living. So after that experience, I made a promise to myself, and that was to conquer my fear as often as possible and to remind myself every day that I am good enough, and to return to my musical purpose, which I am doing, baby.
Yeah, you are. So we just, thank you. We just want to say that if you are someone who struggles with fear and feels like you're not enough, we hope that this next song gives you permission to just take a breath and relax into the knowing that who you are and where you are in this moment is exactly who and where you are supposed to be. In this moment now, I lay all struggle down, searching for, wanting more. Now at last I'm free. These words are enough. This breath is enough. Oh, what joy to breathe the air of sweet relief. Letting go, no need to know, all will be revealed. These words are this breath is enough. Once a veil of mystery, I close my eyes to see. Perhaps the greater plan is knowing that I am enough. Ah, thank you. Well, our friend Reverend Dan Landis gave us the title of this last song, which comes from his program of the same name. And it actually really changed the way we look at money. And it might do the same for you. From the time we're still in diapers, crawling around on our knees, we're taught that it's the root of all evil and it don't grow on trees. All the lies, you think that it's a four-letter word. But times are changing, haven't you heard? Now we know it's holy money, holy money, holy money, holy money.
Take a look at Mother Nature. There ain't no limit on leaves. People come in every flavor. There's plenty of sand on the beach. All these stars shining out to infinity. There's enough for you and for me. The same is true for holy money, holy money, holy money, holy money. Letting go, I let it flow. It's so easy to begin. Give and take, I circulate. Just like breathing out and in.
The good book says it's God's good pleasure giving these riches to me.
If I ask, I will receive it. All I gotta do is believe. All this time, I thought it was some great mystery. No. Turns out it's just love currency.
I finally get it.
Holy money, yeah, sing it. Holy money, holy money, holy money.
It's coming to me.
Holy money, holy money.
It's all around me.
Holy money, holy money.
Oh, Jackie, we would love to give this song, Holy Money, away to everybody who would like it. And you're going to tell us how. And we hope you come to stogood.com for more inspirational songs.
Yeah, and for some inspirational songs and stories, check out our Stow Good YouTube channel.
And we just want to remind you, please remember that you are enough just the way you are, you sweet person.
Yeah, so follow your heart. It'll take you where you want to go.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful
Have
human.
your beautiful song Holy Money up as a free download for everybody. Aaron, if you could put that, oh, there, it's already up there. Aaron, it's already, yeah, people can go download that song as a gift from these two beautiful, beautiful souls. Thank you so, so much. Let's give them some love, some shout outs, some high fives, and thank you for being here with us today. Your music lifts us up, enlightens us, makes us more whole. So thank you. I know my brain feels like, and I'm inspired and lifted up and happier. So thank you guys so, so much. Yeah, I love that song. Give some shout outs on the chat, how you're feeling. I wanted to pick up on the theme that you guys said, I am enough. And I wanted to invite everybody in the chat, because, this is kind of what the ego does, right? It says, ooh, not me. I'm not the one, somebody else. Brisa even said it, I'm listening to all these speakers. Should I be here on this platform? Right? We all have that going on. Susie Carter, you're a badass, but you got that going on some level, right? Yeah. It's just part of the human design. So let's just go ahead. I am enough. Affirm that right now from the teaching and music of these two beautiful souls, Stowe and Karen. Thank you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, thank you guys so much. Everybody in meetings, change in the chat. All right, it is time to introduce my next speaker. Oh, wait, that's me. So let me put you guys back on gallery view. I'm having some connection issues. Anybody else? My feed is kind of a little bit broken up. Is that just over here in my land? People having a little bit. There we go. Back on gallery. Is everybody feed okay? Yeah, Tilly a little bit. But I mean, we can get by, right? It's a little bit broken up, but we're still doing okay. I don't know. I've got Aaron getting in touch with Zoom. Yeah. Oh, Ken saying my feed is okay. Great. Okay, good. Slightly broken up at intervals. Okay, good. But it's, we can hear each other. We can connect. So, hey, everybody. Thank you again so much for being here. I guess you all know, you've been getting emails from me. You've been listening to me all day. My name is Jackie Woodside. I am the founder of the Money Vibe Summit. I wrote a book over here on this side. Those are the flowers from my spouse and a little card. Isn't that sweet? So I had to put those in my backgrounds. I feel a bit loved today. But over on this side, I wrote a book called Money Vibe. I teach a program called Money Vibe. And, I'm kind of a small town girl from upstate New York. I grew up in a town that was so small that everybody not only knew everybody who lived in the town, but you knew everybody's dog, what their name was, and who they belonged to, right? So yeah, like really small town. There were like 28 kids in my graduating class, K through 12 in one building, and everybody knew everybody else. So people often ask me, Jackie, what's a small town girl like you? I grew up in a lower socioeconomic status, lower middle income. My mom was widowed when I was just 2 years old. So she raised 3 kids with a high school education back in the 1960s. So people say, what's a small town girl like you, doing teaching and writing and talking about money, when clearly those aren't my raisins. You guys have you heard that phrase before? Remember your raisins. Barely making it through. So why am I so passionate about this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because money is a tremendous pain point for people. I am a consciousness teacher, and nobody wakes up in the morning thinking, oh, I just wish I could raise my consciousness, right? People think, oh, I just wish my kid was this way, my boss was this way, I wish I had more time, I wish I had more money. So all of my books, in fact, I've written 3 and several chapters in other books, but my books are on time, calming the chaos, money vibe, and change, time for a change. Because, yeah, thank you, Susie. I see that boom card up there. That's awesome, right? So, because I'm a consciousness teacher, and really, so I've heard the phrase before, sell people what they want and give them what they need. Have you heard that phrase before? So, so that's my thing. I'm a consciousness teacher. I love talking about consciousness. So when you learn to master money, right? So when you learn to master the flow of money, the flow of energy, I don't mean finance, but when you learn to master your manifestation and flow around money, you can transfer that to any area of your life. So my passion around teaching about money and having the Money Vibe Summit isn't necessarily, well, I mean, yeah, sure. I love, I've been rich, I've been poor. Rich is better. I enjoy making money, but for me, my passion, quite honestly, is around people raising their consciousness and knowing that they are here to make manifest their God self on earth. It's a phrase that I use. Are you being your God self on earth? And I'm looking around me today, and Karen and Stowe and Brisa and Bill and Susie, all these incredible people that are talking to us, and and my friends that are on here, Dea and Daniel and Val, and so many of my friends that are on here. Yes, we're being our God self, But here's what I know. There is no end to the degree to which your God self can be made manifest. There is no end to it. So that's my passion. And when I first started teaching about money, it was actually a long, long time ago. My first course was called Prosperity Consciousness back in the day. And I love teaching about money because money is just concrete. Like you can say, I feel more love in my life, or I have more better relationships, or whatever it is, but money is just concrete. Like, before I had, $10 and now I have $1 million, and you can measure it. Money is a concrete thing that you can observe. So I remember when some of my early memories around money, when I was 6 or 7 years old, I was in the kitchen at my house, and it was a Saturday afternoon. My brother and sister and I wanted to go to the local central school because they were having a movie afternoon for the kids. I mean, this is really rural, small town America. And the three of us wanted to go to the afternoon movie. And my mom was sitting at the kitchen table and she was paying the bills. And we knew on Saturday morning when mom's paying the bills, it's like, oh, don't talk to mom, because it was this, right? And you can feel the stress in the kitchen. Any of you relate? Do you were raised in families like that, right? You knew when the folks were paying the bills or when they're talking about money, don't bother them. But, me being young and kind of ballsy as I was like, Mom, there's a movie this afternoon. Can we go to the movie? And she just snapped. She's like, I don't have the money to send you to the movie. Now, mind you, it was 25 cents for each of us to go. And so I just kind of, all right, we don't have the money. And I walked out of the kitchen. And a few minutes later, I heard this rustling in the kitchen and the cabinets open and closing. And I peeked around the corner and there was Mom reaching way up to the top of the cabinet and pulling down the big blue Maxwell House coffee can. What was in it? What was in it? Money, right? Coins, right? So Mom sat down, took the Maxwell House coffee can and sat there that morning and rolled pennies so that my brother and sister and I could go to the movies. And that made an impression on me. And I said to myself, wow, it's like, it's going to be tough. We're just going to make it, but we're going to get by. And then, I went on to college and I was on a basketball scholarship, but that only covered my tuition. I didn't cover my books or my room and my board. So I worked 3 jobs as well as playing basketball. I would often get up at like 5 in the morning. I was the breakfast cook in the cafeteria. So I'd get up at 5 in the morning. I'd go work in the cafeteria. I'd go to classes all day. In the afternoon, I'd go to basketball practice. And then in the evening, I either worked at a local service center with autistic adults, or I worked at the college horse farm. So those were what my days were like. And man, I just got through. I remember paying my room and board for the last semester of my senior year. I had one of those big Tanqueray gin plastic bottles. No, I didn't drink all that gin. It was a bank, right? It was a big plastic Tanqueray gin bottle. It was big and green. And I'm walking into the living room of the off-campus housing where Ma Byerly was sitting in her reading chair with the lamp over. And I've got my Tanqueray gin bottle filled with coins, a couple of paychecks that I'd signed over to her, and a handful of cash. And I said, Ma, I made it. I've got the money for my room and board. And she looked at me, kind of with this look of concern and some sympathy and also pride all at the same time that I was able to pull it off. And I remember I paid her that money and I walked out thinking, it's going to be tough, just going to get by, but we're going to make it. We're going to make it. And then I went to graduate school and I was working awake overnights while I was going to graduate school in a home that was serving deaf, blind, and developmentally disabled adults. I worked the 11 to 7 shift. So going to school all day, doing my internship, working awake overnights in this, it was just crazy. And I remember thinking, just getting by, but I'm going to make it. At the end of, right before graduate school, actually, before I went to grad school, I went through a rough breakup. My partner at the time had a mental health crisis and ended up leaving me. I didn't have enough money to stay in that apartment. And she left, moved back to upstate New York, and I didn't have any place to go. And I didn't have any money. And I was literally homeless for the few months over the summer, couch surfing, sleeping in the car, figuring out where I was going to be next until I could put together enough money so that I could get myself an apartment again. So when I think about money, I wouldn't wish those experiences on anyone, quite honestly. It was not a lot of fun. I joke and say I've been rich, I've been poor, and rich is better. But I am grateful for those experiences, because each and every experience that every single one of us has creates the person that we are today. So without those experiences, I can only trust that I would not have developed the consciousness that I have today. Because I do want to share with you that my work in understanding consciousness and vibratory patterns is what's taken me from literally homeless right before graduate school to now 7 figures. And I don't tell you that to be like, oh, look at me. It's not that. Thank you, Susie, for that shout out. I really appreciate that. It's not about me. Here's what I want you to know. Write this down. Spiritual law consistently applied is what will change your life. Spiritual law consistently applied is what will change your life. Quite honestly, I'm not like a badass business gal like Susie, and I don't have that story of coming back from death like Brisa. I just got me. But what I've understood is that everything in life is energy and vibration. And when you learn to manage the energy of your inner world of belief, emotion, attitudes, and thoughts, your life literally will mold inside and then outside of you. Everything changes. Now, notice I said your inner world of belief, emotion, attitude, and thought. Notice that spells something, right? Those of you who've been around my work, you know that I say your beat creates your vibe that creates your life. Your beat creates your vibe that creates your life. So your beat is that vibratory pattern of your beliefs, emotions, attitudes, and thoughts. And I did come to recognize that if I didn't change what was within me, I would never change what was outside of me. So the transformation that I experienced was, it's going to be tough, but I'll just get by, to now really understanding money is not the issue. Money is not the issue. Can I get an amen on that? So what is the issue? Money isn't the issue. What is the issue? The issue, I don't know if this is the good news or the bad news, but the issue is your consciousness. The issue is what you believe. The issue is how you think, how you feel. So today, my life is incredibly different than it was before. I literally have 3 waterfront homes. Some people collect artifacts. I collect waterfront houses. It's just the kind of gal I am. Don't judge me. I was raised on the St. Lawrence River in upstate New York. So 2 of them are up there in upstate New York. We've owned my great aunt and uncle's cottage for many, many years. And then right now we're in the process of buying the one next door. So, which was also my other great aunt and uncle's cottage. Thank you, Val. Appreciate that. And I live in central Massachusetts on a lakefront home. So I say I've got 2 riverfront homes, a lakefront home. I just need an oceanfront. So I have the trifecta. Right? Thank you, Kirsten. You're like, yeah, of course. I get that. I love it. I love it that you guys got the money vibe. But it's not about the money. It is about, through this process of spiritual unfoldment and spiritual consciousness. No, you're welcome, Mercurio. Thank you for saying that. I'm happy to share that story because, what I really want people to know is that, it's easy to look at people like Susie or Brisa or Bill or Ken and myself and be like, oh, they've got it figured out. No, we don't have it figured out. We are freaking figuring it out as we go. We are figuring it out as we go. Thank you, Ken. Yeah. That's what you guys have to understand. So no matter where you are financially, if you're like, well, I got this money thing handled and I just want to see how much more I can bring into the world to create goodness, that's awesome. Or if you're like, damn, I'm just getting by, Jackie, what am I going to do? I want to tell you that it is entirely an inside job. I know it doesn't seem like that. And I really do know that it doesn't feel like shit. These people, when I used to hear people say that, it would make me so mad. It would make me so mad because I'm like, what do you mean it's an inside job? What I mean is that your consciousness is creative. And I know you've heard that, but you have to live like that's the truth. So I want you to know also that I do not walk around 100% of the time with empowered, upbeat, happy thoughts. I don't. I've recovered from just about every psychiatric condition that you can imagine. I've been on medications for depression. I've been on medications for adult ADHD. I've been on medications for anxiety, right? I was a walking psychiatric train wreck. 30 years of being a therapist helped me to get healthy. And then I really wanted to be an empowerment coach, someone who's really taking people to the next level in their lives. So I remember hearing that from people and like just being so frustrated. Like, what do you mean it's an inside job? So I want to tell you the things that I did that helped me to change my vibration. Because really, everything that you are doing creates a vibration. Karen and Stowe's music creates a vibration. Susie's determination creates a vibration. Breeze's strength creates a vibration. Then that vibration, listen to this, guys. This is so important. I really want you to get this. You with me? That vibration connects at the universal matrix of life with where you are resonating on the level of consciousness, the vibratory pattern that you are. And if you were resonating at the level of survival, then you will just be getting by. That's exactly where I was. I was just getting by. And I always did, but I was just getting by. So that I would create that over and over and over again. When I finished, this is so funny, another little quip. When I finished grad school, I had no money left in my bank account, none. And I had to pay the rent. And I was like, crap, what am I going to do? I was buying groceries with my mobile gas card because you couldn't use credit cards to buy groceries back then. And I was like, shoot. And I remember I was standing in my bedroom at the left-hand end corner of my bed thinking, oh, I know, I always get by. And that day, a $500 check arrived in the mail from my aunt and uncle for finishing graduate school. $500 was what I needed to pay the rent. I was just getting by. Do you see that? You will create what you believe. Today, thank God, I'm like, well, let's just do it because we'll find it out. We'll figure out the money anyway. We'll figure it out anyway. We're always able to create what we need, right? So it's your vibratory pattern that creates where you connect and what life gives back to you. Making that change was not simple. It wasn't easy. You know, it's one of the things I have to say that I've gotten a little jaded by in the self-help movement, that someone would be like, oh, read this, 3 steps to prosperity and then your life is going to, no, it's not. It's not really. You know what it's going to take? You fucking, you crazy, you have to do the work. You have to dig in. You've got to look. Thank you guys for getting me. I'm trying to be all appropriate here. I speak a lot at churches and my minister's always like, Jackie, no F-bombs from the platform, right? Oh, good. Thank you, Susie. Thank you. You guys love me and giving me the love. I appreciate it. But I'm just so passionate about this, right? I'm so passionate about this. So when you understand that it's your vibration that creates, and then you do the work to even 50% of the time, all it takes, 50% of the time, above just 52%, can you start catching your negative thought and turning it around, challenging what you think. 50% of the time, the other 50%, don't worry about it. Your mind is going to do what your mind does. Just start. Can you raise your vibration even half the time, catching what you're thinking and feeling, altering it? I love what Bill says, do the eye movement thing, find out where it's stuck, move that around. Turn on some music like Karen and Stowe bring to us. Do what you need to change that vibration, because when you change your vibration, your experiences change. I'll give you another quick quip, and then I'm going to tell you how I did it. How belief creates your reality. I've got a good friend of mine. He's a gazillionaire, owns a ton of real estate all across New England, really successful real estate investors. A dear friend of mine. We've been friends for 30 years. When I bought this house 20 years ago, my spouse and I were like, we're going to do these renovations. We're going to, really make it our own. We had so much fun with it. And my friend Eddie, who's this real estate mogul, he's like, oh, you're going to hate it. You can't get good contractors today. It's such a hassle. Nobody is helpful. They don't show up on time. You're going to have, and I didn't know. It was my first house, 20 years ago. I was like, I don't know. So we're learning how to lay floors in one of the bedrooms. And we're using a pneumatic hammer, right? And for some reason, the pneumatic hammer the nails weren't going in right. And I was like, is it me? Because I'd never used a pneumatic hammer before. What do I know? Right. So I'm like, I don't know. So I call Home Depot and I get the pneumatic hammer department guy. And he's like, oh, I don't know what the issue is, but I'll tell you what, I'm off my shift in 10 minutes. Why don't I come over and take a look at it? Right? So the Home Depot dude at 10 p.m. shows up in my driveway, and I'm thinking, I hope he doesn't have an axe in the back of that pickup truck, but I let that thought go. And he comes in and he looks at the hammer and he hits it a couple of times. He's like, oh yeah, no, it's not pressurized enough. But look, I brought another one with me. Let me trade this out for you. The dude stayed till midnight and finished laying my floor. What you believe creates your experience. Because my friend's like, you can't get any good help. And I was like, what? People are helpful. People are kind. Oh, I don't have the money for that. No, let's just do it because I can grow and expand. Now, look, I don't mean go out and be an idiot and be frivolous. Feel the edges of your vibratory pattern with money and push just a little bit beyond. That's what is yours to do. So what did I do? The first thing I did is I surrounded myself with people who have a higher money vibe than me. So if you're on this Money Vibe Summit, connect with people here. You're going to be getting emails from me. In fact, one of the emails you're going to get later this afternoon is going to give you the link to do a 7-day accountability program. Are you going to get serious about this? It's free. You don't have to pay it. Just sign up. You're going to be able to do a 7-day accountability program to take what you learned here today and put it in action, right? So get on my Facebook group, Money Vibe Mastery. Start creating a community of like-minded, high vibe people who recognize that money isn't, bad or evil. Money is substance. And what is God? Ethereal substance. So what is money? Money is simply another expression of God currency in your life. And the more you dive into that, the more you can have the experience and the expression of God in your life. So I have changed the kind of people that I was hanging with. I hired coaches and mentors. Ken Foster coming up later, Bill McKenna I've done work with. Amazing people. I've hired lots of coaches over the 20 years that I've been doing this work, hired coaches to work with me and help me change my money vibe, change my consciousness. I grew spiritually. I stepped up in leadership in my spiritual community, started speaking around the country as a spiritual teacher. If you want to grow and change, you've got to, I say, don't move away from your fear, move toward your desire. Don't move away from your fear, move toward your desire. Now, what does that do? That's going to make you afraid. And what do people do? They move away from their fear. No, move toward your desire. So hiring coaches, changing the people that I was working with, putting myself in leadership positions were all things that I've done. So what I'm going to be offering to those of you who are on the call today is the opportunity to work with me for the next 6 months. You serious? You ready? Do you want to get real about your money vibe? So I'm going to be doing a money vibe mastermind group that's going to be starting over the summer. And we'll be running for 6 months, twice a month with me, twice a month with your accountability team, where I will be teaching you the exact formula that I used, what I call the money vibe method, to change my inner world of beliefs, emotions, attitudes, and thoughts about money. So if you are serious about money, you're serious about changing your money vibe, which is, of course, just changing your consciousness anyway, rising your vibe about money. You have a consciousness about everything. You have a consciousness about your body. You have a consciousness about food. You have a consciousness about working out. You have a consciousness about recovery. You have a consciousness about money. So this will be about your consciousness about money. If you're serious about that, Erin, if you could put that link in the chat where people can sign up to work with me, or of course you can send me an email. I am passionate about people having an extraordinary experience, a powerful experience with money in life. I've worked with thousands of people around this topic, and I've helped thousands of people transform their financial lives for good. So for those of you who have done my 30-day Money Vibe Challenge, the 6-month mastermind is like that 30-day Money Vibe Challenge on steroids. So I invite you guys to sign up for that. Erin, if you could put the link, that would be great. Yes, Juicy, love that. Susie, thank you. Let me just, yeah, thank you, Aaron. You put that up, pay it forward. Awesome. Thank you, Jackie. Of great success and certainly a rabbit hole of survival. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, getting out, right? So currently in the rabbit hole of survival, you know, I hear that. I'm so glad I read that message right now, because guys, I want to tell you this. It's not like you are always in this high vibe and here I am high vibing today and tomorrow and the next day. How many of you have days like you just can't even? I don't want to think about it. I don't want to hear about it, right? Doesn't matter. You're going to have those. Why? Do you know why? I'm going to tell you. Here's the secret. The reason why, because you're a freaking human being. Because you're a human being, and that's what human beings do. They have experiences. It's like gas. It will pass. Let's go. All right. I don't know if I went over my time because I couldn't time myself. I was just having fun. I could keep talking to you all day, but I'm going to move on. Okay. So whoever's in, if you're not in, send me an email, because God knows I want to transform your lives in relation to money. 6-month Money Vibe Mastermind Group. Okay. Next up, one of my personal favorites on this line, Ken D. Foster. Good thing that we're both married, because you'd be my boy crush, because you're just so brilliant. You know, you're brilliant, you're generous, you're successful, you're athletic. You're pretty much the full picture, dude, if I say so myself. Ken D. Foster. Right. Ken, let me tell you a little bit about the dude. Ken D. Foster, a business strategist, best-selling author, and the host of Voices to Courage, a radio show that is syndicated in more than 170 countries. His new book, called The Courage to Change Everything, Daily Strategies and Essential Wisdom to Awaken Your Inner Genius. Ken is a change maker who pushes the envelope and challenges you to think differently, see the unseeable, know the unknowable, and do the impossible. And I have to say, Ken, before I give the floor over to you, that yes, I'm the one that birthed and gave life to today, this Money Vibe Summit. But Ken D. Foster was the seed that planted this day by saying, Jackie, girlfriend, you got to do a summit. You're like too good. Get yourself out there on that stage. Go do this. And we created 2 summits, the Money Vibe Summit, the Conscious Living Summit. Ken will be on both of them. So without further ado, Ken D. Foster, cannot wait to hear from you. Let's go.
Well, thank you so much, Jackie. I'm so honored to play in your sandbox, to use your words, and put out some badassery today. So we're going to step it up. First thing I like everybody to do is, if you have your video turned off, I want you to turn your video on. I'd like you to get 100% present with me today. I'd like you to step it up and play full out in this conference, at least for the next 15 minutes. If you can do that, let's step it up a little bit. Come on, let's get present with each other. Connect with one another. You know, we're connecting energetically with one another. Let's do it. Let's step it up.
Awesome, Ken. Thank you.
My story, 1992, I was in a therapist office, and he was, I'd been there for about a year. Beautiful man. He reminded me of like a Carl Jung figure. He had gray hair, steel blue eyes, big chair. I'd go in and listen to him. And one day I walked in, I said, Doc, I'm hearing this voice. This voice says, you've got to feel the pain to make the change. And I thought to myself, I don't want to feel any more pain. That's why I'm in this therapy, man. My life is a ray. My relationships don't work. My money sucks. I have a terrible relationship with myself. All I can think is what's gonna happen next. It's gonna take my life down another spiral. So he says to me, looks at me, he says, Ken, what'd you say? You got to feel the pain to make the change? He says, Ken, you got to follow that voice. I cannot do anything more for you. And as I walked out of that office, stunned, like, really? What the heck? I'm supposed to follow this voice? I started asking myself, what is that voice? What is that voice? Within 2 days, I walked into a recovery meeting, and I changed my life. My life changed. But what was I recovering from? You know, it looked like I was recovering from drugs and alcohol at the time. But the truth was, I was recovering from my thinking, because I had stinking thinking and had no realization of how to really go through life. I didn't have those tools. So I needed to figure it out, right? And the first thing I learned to do is I learned to meditate. I learned to go within and start to realize what Jackie said. It's an inside job. All of it's an inside job. I remember a guy by the name of Covey. He told me something one day that changed my life. He said, Ken, you know, we pray from God to God. I thought, what the hell does that mean? From God to God. What does that mean? What is that? What is that thing? It's that peace, that presence, that power, that passion, that thing that's within us. I had to learn that. Maybe you don't have to learn that, but I had to learn that. You know, I tried to cut off duality. We live in duality. We live in light and dark, good and bad, up and down, right? All I wanted was the good. I didn't want to experience any of the negative. As a result of that, it took my life and it segmented my life. I segmented myself. I segmented myself from my friends, my family, and everybody. I judged everything and everybody. I had to let that go. Why am I telling you this on a Money Vibe Summit? Because you're here to make more money, right? Isn't that why people show up to a Money Vibe Summit? They want to make more money. I want you to make more money. How do we do that? The mind is the cause of your bondage, and the mind is the cause of your liberation. That saying has been said, passed down for over 5,000 years. It's not something I made up. It comes down. But how do you change your mind? How do you really do that? Do we need more information? I don't know. Google it. There's plenty of information out there. What I think we need today is wisdom, courage, an abundant mindset, and truth. Wisdom, courage, an abundant mindset, and truth. If we get that, life starts to change. So how do we step into that? Today, I'm going to give you an example of how you can create your future right now, today. We're going to create your future, and you're going to look back over time and go, wow, today was the day I made the choice to take my life to a completely new level. This was the time. This was the day. I realized that I didn't need more information. What I needed was that truth that's within me to be able to unravel all this weird energy that you've brought in your life, all the places that your energy's been leaking out of your body, right? All those TV shows, all those movies, all the people, places, and things you've been chasing. What you're going to do now is you're going to focus. You're going to focus on abundance. You know, in the conference today, I just want to review this real quick because you already got wisdom, right? You got who was it? Mike Koenig started out, and he told us to ask for what you want, but he said, ask one person for a big amount of money. That's a light switch that should be going on for some of you. Bill McKenna said, you got to feel it. Get clear your subconscious mind, feel it in your heart. Dr. Bayat, she says, tune into your heart, right? You got that. You got to tune into a heart. Brisha says, man, listen, if you got more than a 1% chance, you can do it. And everybody has that, right? You know, and the singers, Stowe says, you know, return to your purpose. Good said, fear is a poison that we're putting in our body. You know, literally, it is a fear. It is poison, right? You know, and you know, you're going to lose your life to fear if you don't change that around. And Jackie said, raise your consciousness, manage your energy, and it's all an inside job. So what's Ken going to tell you? I'm going to tell you to step into an energy that you already have, but you're not using it in a greater way. And that is called courage. Courage. Just think courage. Courage. Courage for what? Courage comes from the Latin word cur, which means to speak one's heart. But courage is more than that. Courage is an energy. It's a force. It's a light within inside of you. Think about when you're afraid. Think about when you shut down. How does it feel? You feel constricted. You feel like you want to climb under the covers. You don't want to go out. You're worried, right? It's a feeling in you. Courage is the opposite of that. Courage is this force that when you think of it, you start to take your life to a new level. And I'll give you an example of that. Think about right now, if you had the courage to go out and whatever your income level is now, double it. Think about that. What would that be for you? Think about that right now. Now, if you're at $1,000, you're going to go to 2,000. If you're 50,000, you're going to 100. If you're 100,000, you're going to 200. Think about that for a second. Now, quadruple it. Just quadruple that. If you're at 1,000, you're going to 4,000. You're at 50, you're going to 200,000. If you're 100, you're going to 400,000. Just think about that. How do you get there? That's the question. Don't ever ask that question, okay? So I wrote a book called Ask and You Will Succeed. 1,001 ordinary questions to create extraordinary results. There's not one how question in there. The reason is how usually shuts down the entrepreneur's mind. It shuts us down. Start asking what questions. So I'm going to give you the question to ask every day for the next month. Here's the question. If I was courageous, what are the 3 steps to manifesting my dreams I would take today? If I was courageous, what are the 3 steps to manifesting my money, my dream today? I'd like you to ask that for the next 30 days. Why do I say that? I wrote another book. It's called The Courage to Change Everything, Daily Strategies and Essential Wisdom to Awaken Your Inner Genius. What I found in my own life, and I bet you found this in yours, you don't need a little inspiration here and there. You don't need a little wisdom here and there. You don't need a little courage here and there. You need it every single day if you're like me. I know all my clients need it every single day, and not just one time a day, but throughout the day. That's why I wrote that book. I realized that we need to drip on our mind wisdom, inspiration, courage, and ask specific questions to focus the mind in a direction to manifest your dreams. Does this resonate with anybody? Say yes. Okay. This is yes. Okay. So let's take that. Let's do that exercise. Let's do that exercise. All right. So I hope you're connecting with me, because listen, if your video's turned off, you've already got a block. Turn your video on for 1 second. Connect with my eyes, connect with me. Just for this moment, I'd like you to set your pen and paper down for a moment. And what I'd like you to do is take a deep breath in and tense your body up and double exhale out. Take another deep breath in, tense your body up and double exhale out. You can do this with your eyes open, your eyes closed. Take another deep breath in, tense your body up, focus your eye on your third eye if your eyes are closed, and double exhale out. Some of you, I'm going to invite to close your eyes for 1 second. Some of you have a difficulty visioning things in the future. If that's you, just feel it. Just feel it in your body. But what I'd like you to do now is take that dream. Pick one dream that you want right now. One dream. What is that? What's that dream you want right now, no matter what it is? You want more money. We're in a Money Vibe conference. What does that money look like in 3 months from now? How much money do you want to have in 3 months from now? Just think about that for 1 second. Now, whatever that is, double it. Whatever that is, just double it, please. Okay, we've been playing way too small. You've been playing small, and you're going to ask different questions when you double it. Okay, so imagine now it's 3 months out from this moment, and you actually have that money. It's in your bank account. See it in your bank account. See those dollars in there rattling around in that bank account. Imagine how you'd feel right now. Just imagine that. Okay, well, how would you feel? You feel happy? You feel like, wow, this is cool. Okay. Now, imagine what you'd be telling yourself, right? Wow, I did it. I accomplished it. I can do this. This really works, this stuff. Wow. Now, take it out to 6 months out. All right. 6 months out. You have how much money now? It's 6 months from now. Visualize that in there. Take your money, see what it is. This is dollars and cents. See what that money looks like in 6 months. Maybe it's a big stack for you. Maybe it's an account, a big number in your bank account. Maybe you've got a new bank. Maybe money, you see the money starting to grow every day. Now take it out to a year. Imagine what your money will be like in 1 year from now. Wow. You've met those people and you've asked them for, if you're in a service business, you've stepped up and asked them for the amount of money that you're actually worth, and they've paid it. You've got a product or service, you've actually been selling it all over the place. It's happening for you. It's a year out. How much money you have in the bank? Be with that right now. Allow it to expand. Allow it to expand even more. Now take it out to 3 years. 3 years from now. Imagine what your money will be like in 3 years from now. Yes, if you're yawning, if you're releasing the old, allow yourself to release, allow yourself to yawn for a second, go into that place. Release anything that's unlike the amount of money that you will have in the bank in 3 years. Just allow yourself to be there. Now, in this moment, I want you to raise your vibration. You're 3 years from now. Just allow yourself to go there. Allow all the fears to fall away. Allow yourself to be able to say, this is what I'm having in my life in 3 years. Allow yourself to be there for a moment. Now go into awe. Awe is a vibration. It's an energy. Remember when you first saw the ocean or the Grand Canyon or the moon at night? It's an awe. It's a feeling, right? Go into awe, because in 3 years, you're in awe of yourself. You've actually created this wealth. It's amazing. Allow yourself to feel it for just a moment. Do you have a smile on your face? Are you sad? Are you happy? What are you doing? In 3 years, you've got this. You've got this. This is okay. You've got it. All right, now come on back down to 1 year, 6 months, 3 months, and come back into your body here. I wanted to give you that experience, but I don't want you to have that experience one time. I want you to have that experience ongoing, on a consistent basis. For you, for the next 7 days, maybe it's once a day. For the next 2 weeks, maybe it's once a day. But I want you to start visualizing your future. Who is creating your future? Only you. There's nobody else. There's nobody else here. No matter what happens, you know, you're not probably part of the 1% club that we talked about earlier with, who was that? It was, where'd she go? Brisa. Brisa had the 1%. You're probably, the chances of you making this kind of money that you just put out there is much higher than 1%. You can do this, but you have to step into that. So if it's okay with Jackie, I'd like to just tell you where you can get my book. And if you want to get the new book, Jackie, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Put it there. It is also on the speakers page, so that's it's there as well. But please go ahead and put it right there.
Okay, great. It's called the book is called The Courage to Change Everything: Daily Strategies and Essential Wisdom to Awaken Your Inner Genius. Right now, you can get it for $20, but you don't just get the book. You get the book, plus you get my release process that's going to help you to get a global release from all these subconscious beliefs that everybody's been talking about today, to be able to release those subconscious beliefs that are holding you back around your money. This is a time-tested program. I've developed it. Again, it's been done over 20 years. People tell me that it's like taking a dark pair of sunglasses off they never knew they even had on, completing this program. Why? Because their mind gets brighter. Actually, things around them get brighter, people get brighter, and they can see things they've never been able to see before. That's part of it when you get the book. The other thing is you get 2 sessions with me to kickstart that book and your mindset to go and get money, get joy, get abundance, and get everything else you need in your life. I'm just so blessed to be here. Jackie, thank you for having me. I love you. I love this conference. I love what you're doing. Yay, yay, yay. Step it up, step it up. You know, I want to invite everybody too right now, you know, for the next speaker coming up, go ping some of your friends in here, right? If you can. I don't want you to leave the conference, but somehow get them in here. We got amazing speakers coming up. Yes, Jackie, thank you.
Yeah, let's give it up for Ken. I'll send him some love, some high fives, give some high fives to this man. Ken, thank you so much for being my partner in creating this event today, really for being the seed that planted in me to do this, and just supporting me, opening your Rolodex, introducing me to people that you knew, and bringing in your friends and colleagues. So this is just really, I see a message there. Thank you, Ken. I am inspired.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Listen, I want to say one thing. You know, I know you. I know what your work is. I know what you've done. You've helped completely shift people's mindsets over and over and over again. And I just want to give a plug out. If you're really on the fence thinking about Jackie, thinking about taking her course, get out of doubt. Let your doubts go. You know, really, just step into it. You know, this isn't about you worrying anymore and am I going to do this or not? You're either committed or you're not. Make the commitment today to go work with her. She's absolutely brilliant. Thank you for having me, Jackie.
Thank you so much, bro. I love working with you. I want to give a shout out to his Voices of Courage radio show as well. I know a lot of you listen to podcasts. Ken has really extraordinary top of the line people on that. He's been doing it for years on his radio show, Voices of Courage. All right. Shake it all out, guys. Shake it all out. Shake it all out. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Woohoo. All right. I know I've been saying this, you know, with every single speaker telling you, oh my gosh, this person changed my life. They made such a huge difference for me. I worked with this one. And listen, I got to say it again. You guys are going to realize, just Jackie, you really got some issues going on, given that you had to work with all these people. Yeah, all right. I told you, my principles are what took me from batshit crazy to pretty successful. So there's still some of that batshit crazy hanging around, but that's all right. Doesn't make me a bad person, right? So this next gal that I want to introduce, you guys all with me? Give me some thumbs up. Let's get the energy keeping going here. Denise DeSimone. Hello, sweetheart. I was thinking of you. Denise, you need to meet Brisa Alfaro. You guys should connect. Denise has another amazing story of just coming back from the brink of death and living to, turn her life into just an extraordinary message. Denise, I love you. Thrilled that you're here. Anyway, back to where I was. This is me without medications for adult attention deficit disorder. I just chased that squirrel right down the rabbit hole. Here, I gotta let a couple people in. All right, good. Oh, another person just joining. This is so fun. All right, so back to what I was doing. So our next speaker, holy cow. All right, so how many of you, tell the truth, how many of you have had the thought like, gosh, I wish someday I could be on Oprah? How many of you had that thought? How many of you want to be like on Super Soul Sunday? Right, look around. Okay, so our next speaker, she already checked that off her bucket list. She got that one handled already because she is extraordinary in the work that she is doing in the world. And yes, I have hired her not just to, not just to help me in my business. Quite honestly, I've hired her to be a part of our family, working closely with my son, transforming his life. We start him early in my family. We just got to raise him up, right? Oh, Ezra, is that you? Ezra's here too. Awesome. Hey, Ezra, she's coming up. Yeah, I know your people are going to go nuts listening for you. Hi, Ezra. But Ezra's not our next speaker. I just saw her on there and I'm chasing that squirrel. So our next speaker, who is, now just a part of my family, working with my son, I can't thank you enough, Kanae Corder. And, again, all these people, right? They're so incredibly successful. Kanae's been on Oprah. She spoke with Les Brown on all of the big stages, the things that she's done. But within a minute of hearing me talk about the trouble that my son was having, she just softened her heart and said, Jackie, I can help him. I had 2 adopted daughters myself, she said, and I know what this is like. I used to work with troubled teens, not her niche market any longer. She works with high-powered executives and CEOs who have money blocks. But in a minute, she's like, Jackie, I can help him. And she opened her heart, met with my son. I'd never done such a change in such a short period of time. So I know we have, you guys just get ready, because our next speaker is just really somebody that can open your heart and make a huge difference for you. Kanae Corder, best-selling author, international speaker, national certified counselor, and the world's #1 clinical financial hypnotherapist. She speaks to and consults with healthcare professionals who want to make a difference while making money. You might remember her from Oprah, being on the Oprah show, or ABC's Extreme Makeover show. Since then, she's been on stages with Les Brown, with Damon John, and so many other just top speakers in our field. It is an honor and just certainly my blessing to welcome Kanae Corder to the Money Vibe stage. So Kanae, thank you for being here with us. And I do have some questions I want to just give you the chance to say hello and get yourself grounded here.
Yes, thank you for having me. I am so excited to be here. And I see all the lovely.
I'm on a conference.
Can you mute yourself, Sonia? Sorry, Kanae.
That's okay.
Participants, I'll get that handled. Great. Yeah, go ahead, love.
Awesome. So just wanted to say hello to everybody. I see all the wonderful faces out there. Thank you so much for having me and introducing me and giving me the honor of working with your son, because I do not take that lightly. So yes, I am now a part of your family, and thank you for having me.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, Kanae. So, we're hearing so much about money and mindset and all of these things we've been talking about today. So let me ask you, is that all that you have to do? And, I guess the other thing I'd like to get into today, is that it? Like, you just freaking change your mind and then the bank card just starts rolling in? And if that's it, if that's all you have to do, can you just say more? How do we do that? Let's get into that from your perspective.
Yes. I love this question. Great question. So I think that's the way that society has now made it. Like everything is about mindset. Just change your mindset. You can do it. And I think the speaker before me, Ken, was taking us down into our subconscious brain so we could then visualize it. Because changing your conscious brain is not that easy. You could say it, yeah, I'm going to change my conscious brain. I'm going to go and do things differently, whether it's money, eating, love, it doesn't matter, parenting. You're going to say you're going to do things differently, but you're not going to do it because the conscious brain is not the king. The subconscious brain is the king. Subconscious brain rules. And if we really want to change, we have to go into what I call mentality. So your money mindset is in your conscious brain, but your money mentality is in your subconscious brain. And that is where the real decisions are made. Now, our money mentality was set in place before we were 5 years old. Somewhere around 0 to 5 years old, we made a decision about what money was like, how we were going to use money in our lives, what love was like, even our learning styles was already put in place before we even knew what money really was. And because of that, we're all making decisions like 5-year-olds. Right. Maybe as far as maybe 14-year-olds, because by the time we're 14, 85% of our money beliefs are already set in place. So when we are 40 years old, if we haven't done any work on our mentality or our subconscious brain, we're actually making decisions like a 14-year-old, which, as we know, teenagers don't always make the best decisions.
You and I've talked about that a couple times, haven't we?
Yes. And we wish we could make better decisions, but our subconscious brain keeps doing the same thing. Now, they say that's the definition of insanity, but it's just the definition of humanity.
Humanity, right? Exactly. All right. So, I mean, I get this. I talk a lot too about, you've got to change your beliefs, right? I say the beliefs are the seed of your vibe. Your vibratory pattern really is, kind of gets generated by what you believe. What you believe is how you perceive, right? So if I believe a certain way, I'm going to perceive things in a certain way. Then how I perceive is how I make my decisions, right? So that's what creates our life. So from your perspective, Kanae, what's the biggest thing that gets in the way? Like people realize, okay, it's my beliefs, but why is it so hard? What gets in the way of people shifting their beliefs?
Actually, what gets in the way of shifting our beliefs is that we have been taught very early that our beliefs are given to us. Mm-hmm. And so for that reason, we're all looking at the external, trying to determine what our beliefs are. And we were told really early, do as I say, right? Do as I say, because I said so. How many of us heard that when we were growing up? Yeah. And that exactly. And because of that, we're so focused on the external that we can't even figure out what's happening internally. We haven't been taught to listen to our gut or our intuition. We've been taught to listen to the voice outside of us. And because we're listening to the voice outside of us, we develop what's called imposter syndrome. Now you're hearing more about imposter syndrome now. And because we don't feel like the people we see, oh, they've got it all together, they've got it all together, and they've got it all together. What's wrong with me? So we walk around the world trying to prove ourselves and become like all the people outside of us instead of turning within and seeing who we really want to be. So because we don't have a clear understanding of who we are becoming who we think they are.
Oh, that is just huge, right? Do you guys get that? Because you're not turning within, you don't turn within, what do? I call it living a default life. Right? Mm-hmm. You're not turning it in. You're just living this default life. You're kind of doing a little this and a little that because that's what they said and that's what they think. There's no me in the equation.
Yeah, exactly.
So powerful, Kanae. So, how early should we start working on this stuff? Where does this come into our lives?
So believe it or not, we've got to start as early as conversation, like this, as when you can start having a conversation with your children, have conversations about money. Now you're going to have it on their level, Now, understand that you don't have to have a conversation for them to for them to decide on what their money beliefs are.
Yeah.
Their money beliefs are based on their observation. They are observing you. So part of it is the conversation, but the second part of that is your behavior, because they are observing you. If you're stressed, I have this story of this therapist before I started doing this work with CEOs. I was working with healthcare professionals, and a therapist comes to one of my workshops, and she tells this story about when she was 5 years old. Her mother says to her, they're in Wendy's getting fast food, and her mother says to her, "We only have $5. So make sure you order wisely. We only have $5. And to her, that meant ever. This is the last $5, and they are spending this last $5 at Wendy's. So she better not make a mistake with this money.
Right.
Now, of course, her well-intentioned mother did not know that she was going to give her child a complex about money and how she can't make a mistake with money. So now she doesn't spend at all because she's afraid to make a mistake with money. She didn't know she was doing that. She was just really scared that they weren't going to have enough. So if we impose that fear on our children unknowingly, they are going to move through their life with that fear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good. It's so great. So your current relationship with money, Kanae, how do you help people move through it? And your current relationship with money, how do you think about money? What's your mindset about it?
So for me, it is all about meaning. Money is one thing, but for me, it's all about meaning. So what does this mean? And how you do that is to first, what we talked about earlier, is to go within. What is important to you? Forget about what they said. Do you even want to be a 1%er, right? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you do, then you'll go about life one way. If you don't care what percent you fall in, then you're going to go about life a different way. So you've got to decide which part you want to be a part of. And the second thing that you want to decide is you're going to get really clear on what that feels like, because that feeling is what's important, not necessarily the money. What does it feel like? And if you get really clear on the feeling, then you'll know when you have it or not, right? Whether it's $1,000, $100,000, $1 million, you'll know, because this is the feeling I said I wanted. So somebody can pass you $1 million, but if it doesn't give you the feeling you said you wanted, you know that's not it. And that is what makes it really clear to you when to say yes and when to say no. Because you can get a job, but if that job means you work 14-hour days and it takes you away from the people and the things that you love, then it's a no. It's a heck no.
Right? Heck no. Sure.
Yeah. So it's really about learning what is meaningful to you. And once you learn what is meaningful to you, and you can apply a dollar amount to that. So this is the meaning I want to have in my life. And based on what I see, kind of like what Ken was saying, you visualize based on what I see, this kind of lifestyle costs about this much. So it's not about the money itself. It really is about the meaning. And when you get really clear on that, and then you associate the dollar sign, and then you find the meaning, and then you connect those two so that that dollar sign no longer scares you. It says, well, this is what I'm supposed to have. Prosperity is my birthright.
Yeah.
This is what I was born for.
Yeah, that's what Susie Carter was saying earlier. Prosperity is my birthright. That's exactly what she said. That's so great. Kanae, you're bringing together so much of what everyone has been saying today, and that wealth is within, and bringing that feeling. I love that you're bringing in the feeling nature. One of the things that I say in my book, Money Vibe, is that my definition of financial freedom is never having to worry about money, whether you have money or not, right? Because it's not money that gives you the feeling of freedom. It is yourself that gives you the feeling of freedom. I traveled in Guatemala, and people were just did a humanitarian mission over there. And these people living in squalor, but these kids running around using a plastic bag and a string to make a kite, and a flat soccer ball, and kicking it around the field, having so much fun. The joy, the laughter, the moms saying how grateful they are, to have what they have in life. So it's that inner experience that we're all wanting, but because we live in a capitalistic consumer society, we've got that twisted. So I love bringing that in, Kanae, about that feeling nature.
And the last thing that I would say about that is, society for a lot of us have made money evil or greedy or dirty, right?
Yeah.
Filthy rich, right? And so we have greed and we have guilt. So there's some people who are okay with it. I'm just going, I don't care if they say money is dirty. I'm still going after it, right? But we still feel greedy. And then there's others that say, I better stay away from that money thing. And then we feel guilty if we end up getting it, or how we charge for our, whether it's a job or a business, how we charge for our time, we feel guilty about that. But what if we associated meaning with the money? And then that made us feel good when we got paid 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever amount of money, because you've got to feel good about what you have coming in, because the very best thing you can do for yourself, your family, and the whole entire world is to get wealthy. Because think about all the good things you can do with that money. So when somebody says, what? Your price is $1,000 an hour. What? Your price is $5,000 an hour. You say, you have no idea how many lives I changed. Right. You have no idea how many families I feed with that $5,000 you're going to give me for this hour. You have no idea what kind of shifts I'm making in the world. This $5,000 is just a piece of what it's going to take for me to change the world. And thank you so much for being a part of that.
Well, that's the prosperity mindset that we all need to have. So thank you so much, Kene. Let's give it out. Let's give some love, give some messages down in the chat, Kene Porter. Just extraordinary to have you here with us, making such a difference for the world, for my family. People can reach out to Kene. She has an offering that's on the products page, the speakers page. Aaron, if you want to just again pop that in the chat. And Kene, just thank you for being a part of what we're doing here today and raising our vibe by being here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you and all the work you are doing too in the world, Jackie. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, guys, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Let's go. I want you all to review your intention. Take a minute, pick up your intention. If you have not yet, if you just joined us or you joined us an hour or so ago, everybody set an intention for the day at the beginning of the summit today. If you haven't done that, write your intention, right? I see you all. I just thank you so much for being here, for the energy you're bringing. I just know, watch what happens in your bank account over this next month, 2 months, because your energy, your money vibe has been raised today and in this experience. It's just so great to be here together. Rebecca Barkowitz, I just saw you on the screen. Lovely to see you. Sorry, chasing another squirrel. Hey, girlfriend. But I gotta shift gears here, because I've got someone to introduce to you guys that has just fast become a dear friend of mine. Looking forward to all the things that we're gonna do together, and someone who I have looked up to and admired for many years in the Unity Church movement. Dr. Reverend Temple Hayes grew up in South Carolina. You'll hear a little bit of that Southern accent with Dr. Reverend Temple Hayes in just a minute. Spent the early part of her career as a business owner, having served 3 years of military service in the U.S. Army Reserves. Temple became a science of mind practitioner in 1991 and an ordained Unity minister in 2007. Described as a prophet and a mystic for our times and the new spiritual leader the world needs today, Temple Hayes is a difference maker, a spiritual leader, an author, an international motivational speaker, humanitarian, life rights advocate, shamanic practitioner, and president and founder of the life-changing nonprofit organizations. Institute for Something Leadership, I know, is one of your organizations. Temple, thank you so much. In all of that, all those things that you do, you also have time occasionally to do a Zoom chat and have a coffee date with me, which makes me exceedingly happy. So Temple, welcome to being here with us today. I'm just so thrilled you're here. You're going to, I'm going to lead you off with a question that this is so Temple-esque, right? This is so Temple-esque. I asked all the speakers, any questions you want me to ask? And Temple just texted me back, yeah, ask me how a bank account is like a trash can. So get your notes ready. And because Dr. Reverend Temple Hayes has so much wisdom to bring to us. So Temple, please go ahead and bring it on.
Well, I just want to recognize you, Jackie, because I think that's part of being a successful person, is when you are centered in spirit versus being centered in yourself. Mm-hmm. And as you and I have talked many times, I only surround myself in my boat with people that are centered in spirit. because there's an energetic presence. And what I see is that every speaker, every teacher, every hypnotherapist, everybody, girl, you have had on this summit today is just that. And that just really touches my soul because it's more of a heart-centered leadership.
Absolutely.
But I thought I would start out today with a story about a woman that she's driving downtown and she's in a hurry. You know, her calendar has great demands and she's just got to get to her next destination. And so therefore she's going as fast as she can, and she comes up upon a man that's going through the traffic light. Well, she's just reassured that he's going to go through because the light's turning yellow. Well, he didn't. He slammed on brakes and he stopped. Well, oh my, she is not happy. So she starts blowing on the horn. She puts her arm out the window and is doing, you know, some kind of sign language. And she's just so upset. Well, by this time, a police officer recognizes, you know, what's going on. So he follows her a little bit and then he pulls her over. Ma'am, I need your license. I need your registration. Oh, okay. Ma'am, you need to get in the car with me and come down to the station with me. Oh, okay. So she goes down to the station and she's there for a couple hours. And in a little while, he comes and says, okay, ma'am, you're free to go. And she said, well, you know, that's really nice, but I've yet to understand, you know, what I did, you know, what was the problem? He said, well, ma'am, you have to understand it from my point of view. When I saw how you were acting with the car in front of you, and I saw all the bumper stickers you had on the back of your car, success matters, world peace, love your neighbor, we are all family. And he said, ma'am, when I saw how you were acting, I thought you were driving a stolen car.
All right.
Right? I thought you were driving a stolen car. Well, you know, I can speak about this extremely candid because of the inability to understand the laws in my life. I allowed many years for my life to be stolen from me. You know, we get very upset if we feel like somebody stole our phone at the restaurant, or we get upset if we feel like somebody took something that belonged to us. But what about the deep, deep meaning of somebody stealing our ability to live this amazing, incredible, ridiculously amazing life? And so we do want to, I feel often, you know, get upset when we know that life is limitless. And when people tell me through the years, you know, I don't understand, I don't think my life is working, I know what they're saying is that I don't understand how to work the laws of my life. And every speaker has identified that today. We even know in our consciousness that we can change our DNA. Yeah. But how many people live today and have never exceeded the wealth of their parents? They've never exceeded the possibilities of the people that they are around. It's likened to that aquarium, you know, when you want more, and I know you teach this, Jackie, if you want to be more successful, go steps up from where you already are and hang out there. Yeah. And more than likely it will come unto you because you are growing into that identity. In that space and in that consciousness of your life being stolen from you, it's really understanding the vacuum of that. Anytime you let go and you create a space, more is going to take its place. So you asked me to share about what shifted me financially when I started understanding the trash can law. And so with the trash can law, what I realized is that many a night I would pass my trash can and I would say, wow, it's really full. It's getting more full. I need to take the trash out. Well, it's filling up over to the top. I'm going to get around to it, and it just would get more and more full. Well, what fascinated me is that the moment I would empty the trash and I would bring it back in, I don't know about all of your experiences, but shockingly to me, my trash can filled right back up again. And I'm like, where did all this trash come from? It had been waiting for a space for it to go into. Now, we never worry about our trash. Our trash doesn't keep us up at night. We
Right.
don't stress over it. We don't sweat. Oh my gosh, what if I empty my trash and no trash ever comes to take its place? What if we had to go to counseling because, oh my God, I can't let go of my trash? Absolutely not, because we are working with a law that says nature abhors a vacuum, that as you create space, more is coming. And that is the way our checking account works. We can look at it all the time with fullness. We can invest it in other things. But when we see it full, when we come from a spirit of giving and letting go, and we create space in it, we are guaranteed that more is going to come. So I push myself, I test myself at times, and I say, do I have as much respect for my checking account as I do my trash can? I think so. It has given me many pleasures in my life and the ability to serve others. So that's a space of understanding the freedom of the flow. And what it isn't that we don't have enough flow, it's that we are engaged in holding on to the flow that we have. And so it's the ability to be in that space.
It's so awesome. And what's your, if you're going to leave people with a couple of things, the ability to be in that space, what shifts do people need to make? Like right here, right now, what shifts can people make today that start putting them in that space?
Well, I think it's very evident that, the thing that gets in our way the most is our ability to tell the truth to ourselves.
Right.
Or, so many speakers have said that before, and it's just really sitting in a space. I love that story of Robert marrying Marie and wanting to go on a honeymoon. And Marie said, well, I'm only going to go on the honeymoon if I can go to Hawaii. And he said, we don't have the money to go to Hawaii. And she said, well, we won't go on a honeymoon then. And he said, well, honey, I'm sorry. And she said, wait a minute, I can knit, I have fabric, I can sew, and you're a salesman. So why don't you take some prototypes out, right? Take these prototypes out and see what happens. And so he comes back and has this very bewildered look on his face. And she said, oh my gosh, nobody liked him. He said, honey, I don't know how we're going to fill the orders. We have 220 orders. And that was the beginning of St. John Knit. So what I would tell people and what I would tell you is that we are so quick in our society to measure what we can have or not have according to our checking account, according to what we have. And we're so quick to say, oh, I don't have the funds to spend that. I've learned in my life to always say it's not a priority right now.
Yeah.
And I leave it to the universe, because if it is a priority for my life, I will have it, and it will almost knock me down rushing to meet me. So you definitely want to work with that, how you immediately respond to someone offering you something. Somebody wrote me one day, I'd only met them 2 or 3 times on the phone, and wrote me one day and said, wow, would you like to, go on a cruise, a river cruise? And I was like, I wanted to get into my, my answers of the timing, the calendar, and I have this awareness. Oh my God, I'm letting my good be stolen from me. I'm letting my moment be stolen from me. And he goes, oh, I just wanted to offer it to you for free. Can you meet me in Amsterdam? Yay! Of course I can. Of course I can. So we want to sit in the place of the energy of excitement.
Right.
The energy of excitement, of that invigorated essence, that we are here to make a joyful noise. We are not here to be closeted and living in a closet. We're here to make a mighty noise unto the universe, and to be bold and brave with sharing who we are and our accomplishments and things, because again, it's a model for other people to live by.
Exactly right. And that's how we make the world that we want to be experiencing, right? Everybody feeling that sense of desire. What is it that wants to come through me? That's again what I call Godding on earth. I turn God into a verb. right? How are you
Yep.
guiding on earth? Well, you're feeling that desire, the desire to go to have your honeymoon in Hawaii, the desire to bring forth that book, the desire to start a ministry and a leadership institute like you've done, Temple. That is how God expresses on earth. Don't start, stop looking for God, start being God in that.
Right. Right, exactly. I decided early on in my career that I wanted to, I love the story about Robert Murray, and I decided that I only wanted to wear St. John's when I traveled. Many of you probably know what a New Thought salary can be, even though I refuse to accept that. I mean, we are the ones that teach abundance, right?
Right.
But that being said, it has been hysterical. My wife will tell you what it's been like watching me through all these years. I mean, people will just call me on the phone and say, look, I live next door to this woman. I think she's the same size as you. She has a whole apartment of St. John's. Would you like to have them? Oh, yeah. How fast can we arrange this story?
Yes.
There's no limit. There's no limit to the law if your heart is open and you don't shut the conversation or the invitation down to what is wanting to reveal itself by ways of your life.
I love that. There's no limit if your heart is open, right?
Yep.
Write that down, guys. There's no limit when your heart is open. Temple, thank you so much for gracing us with your wisdom, your humor, just your entire presence of being here with us today. You've lifted us up. You've enlightened us. You've made us better by being here. So thank you so much. Thank you for being my friend, my colleague, and I look forward to all the things that we're going to be doing together. I'll be down at Temple's ministry in December. Look forward to that. Florida in December when I'm in Massachusetts is not so bad. So that's awesome. So thank you, Temple. And we'll
welcome. Thank you for having me, and thank you for gracing me with this experience today.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody, make sure let's give it up for Temple. Send her some love. Now, shake it out a little bit, just get yourself present. We've got a lot more to do here today. You guys hanging in there, okay? Just take a minute to just say what's present, pop it in the chat, because our next speaker is someone who has just come into my life recently. I was introduced to Ezra Ogut through someone who I adore, Dea Shandera Hunter in California. She's a publicist, and she introduced me to Ezra. And I have to say, Ezra and I had a very short conversation, but I left that conversation with a sense of like, oh my God, who is this woman and why haven't I known her before? Because I was just completely blown away by Ezra's grace and presence and clarity and success. So Ezra and her partner are from Turkey, and our best-selling authors, and your partner, your spouse, sold like 1.5 million books or something in Turkey. Extraordinary. You basically single-handedly brought self-development to Turkey, from what I understand, Ezra. So thank you for that. When I think about people raising the vibe on the planet, you are now one of the top people in my mind of the difference you are making all around the globe. I would know when Ezra was sending out an email promotion about this event, because my email would get flooded with registrations from Turkey and all over the Eastern Bloc countries. It was extraordinary. So Ezra Ogut, let me say more, is a transformational coach and yoga teacher who's helped people worldwide discover their power to live the life that they choose. Today, she helps transform people's lives to experience their own spiritual and financial abundance through one-on-one coaching and workshops. Individuals and celebrities and corporations seek out her services and mentorship, along with her husband and business partner, author and transformational coach, Ike Ogut. Ezra pioneered transformational coaching in Turkey and co-created a sought-after coaching certification program. And Ezra, I also want to note you just published your first book in English that is up on Amazon, and I've got a little video clip. I heard the audio. Yeah, I'll play the video for you. I heard the audio wasn't that good on my last video, so I'll do what I can to, bring that up as much as I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. Computer. All right, everybody, let's go.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Well, thank you, first of all, for such a wonderful, wonderful introduction. Hi to everybody from Turkey. Yeah, I kind of had something else in my mind to talk about, but just like hearing everybody, I think I want to also talk about, our belief systems, our limiting belief systems, and how we, very successfully hold ourselves apart and separate from prosperity. When I first met my mentor, the most interesting thing that he had told me was, you know what, he said to me, Esther, the only difference between people who are prosperous and the ones that are not is that it's just a simple matter of choice. If you choose prosperity, you become abundant. If you reject prosperity, you just, no matter what you do, you don't have enough. It's that simple. And I'm like, what? How can it be that simple? And yet, when I first found out how I was very successfully keeping myself separated from abundance, it was a great moment of empowerment for me. And I want to share that story. When I was 7 years old, as he was coaching me, trying to dig into like what my inner belief system was, it just popped up into the surface. And I was just so floored and amazed to find out how a 7-year-old self of mine had been managing my financial life all the way up to my mid-30s. And the memory was, I'm watching TV, I'm a 7-year-old, I'm with my grandmother and a bunch of her friends, and they're just talking about a young girl of the age of 25, who was married off as an arranged marriage to the 70-year-old doctor. And the conversation is going on in a way where they're like, oh, it's great. She married into money. Now she's going to be comfortable all the time. And, this is what a smart woman does. She marries for money, and any woman that marries for love is just a total idiot. So you should never listen to her heart, otherwise she'll fail. And I'm like, watching, of course, TV, but like a rabbit listening to like what they're talking about. And I get extremely upset with this conversation and get very freaked out and think to myself like, oh my God, are these grown-ups going to be the people that are supposed to lead me in life? And I get very scared. I just walk down the corridor, shut myself in the bathroom. I close the door, I look at the mirror and I say, you know what? I will always follow the way of love, and I will never say yes to money. So as a 7-year-old, I separated love, the vibration of love, from money. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, I forgot about it because, we don't remember. It goes into the subconscious mind. And when I remembered this meaning that I put onto money, when I remembered the separation that I created in my own head, I was just floored to see how powerfully my life, up to the age of 35, up to my mid-30s, had manifested exactly as I had chosen to write it. So I got to always follow what I loved to do, but I could never, I was successful too, but I just could never get money from it. And whenever I had to pay rent, I had to do these menial other jobs that just, had nothing to do with my spirit. It was just to pay rent. And when I saw how successfully I had created my own limitation, I realized at that moment how powerful we all are. And that if we're experiencing a limitation in abundance, it's happening because that's how we want it to happen. Yeah. It's for no other reason.
Right.
So one of the questions that I like to ask a lot of our participants is when they're going through financial difficulty is, well, have you thought about what your gain is in not having abundance? And one great way to do that is one exercise I'd like to suggest here is to visualize prosperity and abundance as if it's in your life, not for the sake of creating it though, but really visualize it in a very exaggerated way. You get up in the morning and whatever is your understanding of prosperity, maybe you don't even have to work because you have so much, so many investments here and there. When you just visualize and maybe allow yourself to live a whole 1 or 2 days like that in your mind, in your visualization, to try to capture what is it that you don't like in there. That's a very good way to hook up to what the limiting belief system is. And one example I want to give is I was just recently in Istanbul and talking to a dear friend of mine whom I hadn't seen for a while. And, you know, we just started talking about prosperity. And she was telling me, she's like, you know, this is going well in my life. That's going well in my life. She's also a coach herself. But the money department is just never working for me. I've gone to so many workshops and I've been working on this for 15 years and I still can't get to the bottom of it. I just can't. And I said, well, instead of looking at it like, oh, I want to and I can't, what if you're experiencing exactly what you want in this limitation? What if you have an amazing gain in not having money? And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, no, I'm very sure I want prosperity. I said, well, let's put it to the test. So I got her to close her eyes and, you know, put herself into that picture where, you know, and really just exaggerated. Oh, you know, you have a car, you don't need to go to work anymore. You have a couple of investments. You're like living off the rent. And immediately we're sitting in a cafe. She just started sweating. She's like, oh, I don't know what's happening. I'm feeling all this heat. And she started taking off her jacket.
Wow.
Like, I'm feeling this sense of incredible shame. And I'm like, okay, well, what is that shame about? What is shameful in this picture? And then boom, she connected to the limiting belief system, which is, oh, I feel like just because I have more, others can't because of me. And I don't want to do that to the world. And in that way, she found out her code, her belief system, which was what was making her step on the hose of the abundance.
Right, right.
So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much, Ezra. Tell us a little bit about your book, Money Doesn't Grow on Trees. I know you talk about the pillars of prosperity in your book. I've read it and really am so glad that you wrote it. And I think
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are things that if you could just distill a couple things from your book that you might want to share with people today.
Sure. It's money does grow on trees.
Right. Money does grow on trees. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the myths we create and live by. Well, it's actually a mixture of a couple of things. There's exercises just like the one I mentioned, so that people maybe without, you know, necessarily being in a workshop, by studying by themselves, they can get to the bottom of whatever their limiting belief systems are.
Yes.
And figuring out how they're stepping on the hose. There's also my own journey of how I went from all the time having money problems to quite a great amount of prosperity in a very short time when I was able to choose out of my belief system and decide to belong to abundance.
Nice.
And then because we run a lot of courses with my husband for the last 10, 15 years, there's a lot of like stories of the clients where they have in a short like year or year and a half, some of them have increased their income by 50%, 100%, 200%, you know, like, you know, crazy numbers. And so it's them sharing their stories. It's me sharing my stories. There's exercises and certain pillars of what I have discovered to be the pillars of abundance.
So fantastic. Thank you so much. And I see people are asking if they can buy it. So the book, Erin, again, if you can put up the link, we have a speaker's products page and what people are bringing to us today. So that was one question. So we'll put up the link so people are able to go to Amazon and buy your new book that just came out. And that link is like a week old. So congratulations.
It's a week old, yeah. So I mean, as far as I understand, in the US you can buy it. Unfortunately, the Turks can't buy it yet, but hopefully they're able to.
Can't buy it. Yeah. Oh, so it's in English. Yes, the book is in English.
Yes.
And will it be translated into other languages?
I think so. I mean, now we just want to, you know, focus on the US, and then, you know, in a couple of months, I think maybe we translate it to Turkish. Isn't it funny? I'm a Turk and I write in English.
I know, right? But isn't this your first book that you've published in English?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, that's really great. Well, I'm happy to have it. I'm happy to know that you are out there making a difference in the world. Ezra, I can't tell you how much your people love you. You know that
I feel so blessed. Yeah, they're just wonderful.
Yeah, you clearly have created a community and a tribe of people that just know your work, and love who you are. So thank you. We love her a lot. Somebody just typed in the chat. So let's give Ezra a bunch of our love and our connection today. Yeah, Ezra.
I just want to say thank you so much. This is actually my first interview ever in the US. And
Yay!
I'm just so honored to be with all these amazing people here. I mean, I can't tell you what an honor it is and how much it's opened my heart. And I'm so happy this is the first one.
Yeah, and you never forget your first, Ezra. So I'm gonna hold that little claim to fame with you that I was the first. Yeah, I know one of your goals right now is to bring your work more into the U.S. market and to develop more, just greater prosperity, higher vibe with who you are, what you do. And so I'm more than happy to be featuring you on this summit to bring some of your work to the U.S. Also, we'll be working together on the Conscious Living Summit. That will be coming up in September. So we'll be featuring you again. But your people so love you. And I'm so honored to know you as a friend, a colleague, and to have you on the Money Vibe Summit. So thank you. Give it up here, guys. Send some love to Ezra today. Give her a high five. High fives. This is awesome. I'm just having such a great time today. All right, everybody, hang in there. We've got a couple more speakers for you and lots more wisdom, lots more to do. I want to so sorry about that technical glitch. I don't know what happened, but I don't care. I'm of the mind that I don't ask why. I'm of the mind that I ask, what are you going to do about it? Right? There's some wisdom bomb right there. For those of you, people are always like, oh, why? Why does that happen? Why is none of your business, man? Just like Ken D. Foster said earlier, don't worry about how. How and why are two questions that are going to always set you back. Your question is what is mine to do? And, just going to bring myself forward. That's the question. What? So sorry about the technical glitch. Not going to even spend an ounce of energy worried about why it happened. But Ezra, thank you for rolling with it. Ken, thank you for stepping up as well. That was just fantastic. Can't wait to see and hear more of you as you continue to do your work in the US. All right, excellent. Thank you, everybody. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. A couple more great speakers and a lot more wisdom. Everybody doing okay? Just put a little bit in the chat here. Let's go. Let me take a little brain break, go down to the chat, see what people have to say. So many familiar faces. I love this community. That's awesome. That's right, Till. We do not need to know how or why. That is not ours to do. That's right. So glad to be here with all of you. So great. Thank you, Barbara. Glad that you're here as well. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you, Ezra. Lots of hearts and loves going out to Ezra. Greatest teacher. Oh, look at that, Ezra. She is my greatest teacher and inspiration. There's an invitation for you, Ezra, from Ken D. Foster, so he can feature you on his Voices of Courage radio show. It's another great connection for you.
Thank you very much. I would love to thank you.
Yeah, no, Ken is great. So you guys definitely should connect. So we're just here supporting each other, bringing our work together so that we are here together collectively, raising consciousness on the planet, raising the vibe so that people have a greater and greater experience of this thing called life. That's just who we are and what we're doing together today. So thank you so much, Ezra. So guys, let me see, want people to throw up in there what they got on their chats. Thank you, Jackie. Oh, that's so nice. You're very, very welcome. We're loving this. Good. I'm loving this too. This is so awesome. Thank you, Karen and Stowe. I appreciate that. Bill McKenna, contact me to be on his radio show. Ezra, you're just going to be booked up. I hope you left some time in your calendar after this summit. All right, everybody, this is great. Our next speaker is someone who I have followed and admired from a distance and somewhat close up for a while. David Kruger. Let me just change my view here so I can see you. David Kruger is someone who actually endorsed my Money Vibe book because he has been around this subject of our money stories for a very long time. So when I was looking at people for endorsements for my Money Vibe book, I knew that David was a person that I admire and that I would really want to be able to bring that to me and with an endorsement. And he in fact did, which I really appreciated. David Kruger is an MD, Dr. David Kruger. He's a doctor and executive mentor coach, has a uniquely integrated the mind and body sciences, which is what I love about him, bringing together both mind and brain sciences with a strategic coaching method to help performing and practicing professionals achieve and sustain peak performance. Clients learn how to apply human dynamics, psychology, and neuroscience to create essential transformations of their life, their money, their career, their relationships, their well-being, and their stories that make a difference for the rest of their lives. David Kruger is someone who I just admire, and I'm so glad to welcome to the Money Vibe stage today. David, you with us?
Me too, you, Jackie. It's
there
a
we
privilege
go.
to
There
be
you
here.
are. Yeah,
Great.
good. Glad that you're here. And yeah, I'd love to. Anything you want to say hello? I've got a few things I'd love to ask you. But if you want some things to get us started to say hello.
Well, it's a privilege to be here, and I'm honored that you invited me. So let's go with what you have in mind that
great.
you
You know,
feel would be best for your listeners.
Sure.
And
You know, I think one of the things that is interesting to me is your work around money story. So, you know, let's just start there. What do you mean by that, by money story? What is it? How does it affect people? And then I love this question. How do you break free if the money story that you're living in is limiting? So how do you kind of break the script to move from scarcity to abundance?
Well, that's a great question, because you know, as a mentor coach, that while we have the concept and the metaphor of story, whether that's money story, wellness story, whatever, our clients don't have that concept. To them, they don't have a story. It's just the way things are.
It's just the way life is, yeah.
It's a way that we have of conceptualizing and thinking about it. In fact, one very well-known international editor who I was talking with about one of the books I did, he said, you know, Dave, I don't know how to tell my money story to myself in order to know what to change. Yeah. And I said, well, that's exactly why you need to publish the book. So when we talk about a story and when we talk about helping our clients, we can benefit by understanding the algorithms that go into a story, a way to deconstruct a story, to look at what can be changed, what can be developed. So whenever you want to create change, having a goal is not enough. That's in the future, that's abstract. If you want to change a habit, create a new habit, change a behavior, focus on the system, because the system is the map. And when you have a map, the real benefit of a map is all the stuff you don't pay attention to. It's kind of like focus. When you do mindfulness meditation and focus on your breath, everything else, even a thought that happens to occur, you let it go. You stay with that focus. So the focus on a system to look at and understand it can be immensely beneficial in order to understand what works and what doesn't. And in coaching, as you know, if it works, do more of it. If it doesn't work, we do something else.
What do you mean focus on the system? Say more about that. I don't know exactly what you mean.
Well, the system is the map. We create a map of where we are right now, where we want to go, so that we can measure progress along the way, and we can tell what's detour and distraction. If I want my client to have a way to understand, well, I want to generate money and create wealth, I want to have a prosperity mindset, they also need to know what's the first thing they do when they hang up the phone from me, because those are nice goals, but that doesn't tell you what the step is. Here's a story that kind of illustrates that. I think you've heard me say this before. Terry Fox ran the Marathon of Hope. It's a cross-Canada run of 3,339 miles. He had an artificial leg, so he ran with a shuffle and a hop. But he managed to average 24 miles a day and ran the race in 143 days. He was immediately interviewed after the race and was asked, how in the world did you do it? You were challenged, you must have been exhausted. He said, I just went to the next telephone pole.
Wow.
Now, he did that all the way across. He happened to know where the telephone poles ended, but all he did was the next step. And that can't be too simple and too specific, because he kept doing it. He had a map.
Wow, that's fantastic. So just go to the next telephone pole. Reminds me of what Brisa was saying earlier. Yeah, Brisa, you just put that in there. Brisa just put in the chat. It's a pinky move. Brisa Alfaro was teaching us earlier. Just focus on what you can do. If you can just move the pinky, just get to that next telephone pole. You know, you
Yeah.
teach a lot about mental framing, David. It's one of the things I appreciate about your work, the mental frame. So how does your mental frame, first of all, what is it? And then how does it determine the outcome of what you do?
Well, our mental frame, our framework determines what mindset we boot up. And that mindset is the software program that determines not just what we perceive, but how we process information. A simple example, our brain can't tell the difference between excitement and anxiety. It activates the brain in exactly the same way. So how we frame it, if we frame it as excitement and looking for the challenge, the opportunity, what's next, it means we move ahead. If we frame it as anxiety, that equals danger, better head for cover.
Yeah.
The same thing with any, don't think of an elephant.
Right.
That means what you're going to focus on. So the focus determines how we proceed and whether we engage a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. So the framework becomes really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So then if you've got, a fixed mindset, if your mindset is fixed on kind of the way that you see that life is, how do you change it?
Well, that's where,
Well, how do you change it to focus on prosperity, right? Because that's really what we're talking about today.
Okay. That's the awareness of this process, that whatever we think and feel and experience is what we create. So if we look at what's the possibility here, how can we frame this in a positive way to begin to look at what we can do, we move it from something that's a given to a next step of growth.
Yeah.
For example, are we there?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Tony Smith began his career as a rugby coach and lost the first 15 games. Every game, he framed each loss as a trial, a learning opportunity to identify 1 to 2 things to work on in each practice, and the mindset, rather than of problem and defeat, to possibility and improvement.
Yeah.
And a loss was only a loss when you don't learn from it.
Mm-hmm.
And he went on to become one of the great rugby coaches in the history of England.
Okay. All right. So how did he change his mindset?
He looked at what next to focus on, at what can be learned, at possibility or challenge rather than problem. What we know from neuroscience is that if we look at a problem, even to understand it, ostensibly to write a better answer this time around, it moves into the same pathway and etches those pathways further in the brain. And that's why people get stuck sometimes in therapy. When we look at now and next, we create a new activation of new neuronal pathways in the brain and create new networks to begin to move forward and look at how we can progress and measure that progress, the map, the system.
Yep, the map and the system. That's so great. I talk a lot about don't move away from your fear, move toward your desire. Right? Don't move away, because people often no, I don't want to do that. But then they cut off what actually wants to be expressed through them, which is the desire, creating, I say being your God self on earth. So
that's a specific reframing right there that moves you in a different direction.
Moves you in a different
great
direction.
Illustration.
Exactly. You talk about playing to win versus not playing to not lose. So we have a similar kind of frame with different language. So talk a little bit about that, the difference between playing to win versus playing so I don't lose, right? It's similar to my saying, don't move away from the fear, move toward your desire. So yours is play to win, not to not lose.
We have 2 basic motivations that are biologically and evolutionarily embedded. The desire to seek pleasure and avoid pain.
Okay.
And that's been important from the beginning of evolution.
Yeah.
Now, when we avoid pain, we evoke a negative mindset. When we engage the possibility of seeking pleasure, we go in a different direction. Now, here's an example of how that's applied. 90 to 95% of our operating system is unconscious. And we see
it's
the
that high?
manifestations, the behaviors.
Wow.
We never have to search for or explore for the algorithms. They all manifest here and now in the process. So if someone with those unconscious operating systems, the beliefs and the behaviors that are not fully in their awareness, if that is limiting, then that shadow story can stop someone in their tracks because they're afraid to lose, afraid to proceed. Now, if someone has a surface story, I want to generate more money and create wealth.
Okay.
Now, if their shadow story is, whether or not it's conscious, is I'm really afraid to do it. I'm afraid to put myself out there. I'll be embarrassed when I fail. I don't think it's spiritual to have money, any number of things. So that shadow story goes in the opposite direction. So someone feels stuck.
Yeah.
Now, it's not fair to say that they sabotage themselves if they simply are just a little bit beyond their awareness of avoiding pain.
Yeah.
So a coaching context of that would be, what's the greater pain if you don't proceed?
Right.
And what's the greater pleasure if you do proceed? And remember, and I know you know this very well, we don't need to be motivated in order to create change. How many times have you heard a client say, and I'm Dean of Curriculum at Coach Training Alliance, one of the little things that I do, I hear a lot of coach to coach sessions where coaches learn, and the client begins, well, I just need to get motivated to lose weight. I need to get motivated to save money. I need to get motivated. No, that's not going to help.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to be motivated to do something. I work with pro athletes and pro actors. They're not motivated to go to the gym in the off season, but they do.
Right.
All you need is a plan and to stick to it.
Yep. Yep. I say motivation is nice when it's present, but it's not necessary for success.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice, but it's not necessary. In fact,
Right.
most often I'm not motivated, but I'm very committed
Right.
and I'm very clear and I have a
am-
plan.
Yeah, I am not motivated to work out every day at 2:00, but I'm there
But I'm
because
there.
it's my schedule
Yeah,
and
that's what I've
it's become part of my identity now.
Yeah. I say there's no such thing as time management. It's just self-management. You just got to manage yourself. I mean,
Exactly.
that's often the bad news, right? Right? It's often the
Right,
bad
right,
news
right.
that we've got to manage ourselves. Hey,
Exactly.
David, thank you so much, Dr. Kruger, MD. Your Money, My Money Story is your website. It is up on the speakers page so people can know where to find you, where to get back in touch with you. Let's give some love up to David, Dr. Kruger, for being with us today.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, Jack.
Thank you. I know you had to do some logistics to be with us today. You were traveling, so thank you for making it work. Yeah, it's so fun. We've had a really great day, and thank you.
Yes.
All right, everybody, let's go.
Super.
Shift gears. Give me some high fives. Give some love to Dr. Kruger up there. All right. Yeah, fist bump, right? High fives. I'm like so 1990s, right? So fist bump today. What am I doing? I'm showing my age. All right, guys. One more speaker. How you feeling? Everybody just chat with me a little bit in the chat here. Yeah, give me 2 thumbs up. Thank you, Deb, for that. Let me change my view so I can see people. Put it on gallery view. All right, awesome. There you are, all you sexy, lovely people. I'm so happy to see you. Mercurio, am I saying your name right? Mauricio, that's it, Mauricio. Fatma, I see you. Kubra, all these people from Turkey. I don't know how to say your names. There's another Ezra. I can say your name, Ezra. Ezra YT. Cindy Martin, glad that you're here. Nick, how you doing, everybody? Everybody's all good. All right, we have one more speaker left, and then I'm going to close out the day. And dudes, you do not want to miss this guy. I can say in a short period of time, this guy has pretty much changed my life, and I'm really happy about it. Douglas Vermeeren is an extraordinary human being. He's he is incomparable. We're going to have a really good time with this. So over the last 2 decades, Doug Vermeeren has conducted extensive firsthand research into the lives of the world's top achievers, right? So he took this on like a project. And he has the success strategies of the top business leaders from Nike, Reebok, Fruit of the Loom, FedEx, KFC, United Airlines, Microsoft, Disney, blah, 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 and others that share with you, ABC Television and Fox Business refer to Douglas Vermeeren as the modern day Napoleon Hill, right? Check that out. He has authored three books on guerrilla in the guerrilla marketing series. He's a CEO of Entrepreneurs of Influence, a regular guest expert on Fox, CNN, ABC, NBC, CTV, CBC, Huffington Post, New York Daily News, and many other media outlets. Doug Vermeeren is high energy, just a huge passion and commitment. He's been involved with people from The Secret. He himself has produced the movie The Opus and How Thoughts Become Things. Doug Vermeeren, it is an honor and just such a joy to do this work with you. I'm enjoying our collaboration more than I can say. And dude, I love that you're Canadian, because that's like near and dear to my heart. Everybody give it up. Let's welcome Doug Vermeeren to the Money Vibe stage.
Hey, isn't it kind of funny that she keeps saying dude? I love that.
I know,
It's awesome.
I know. You're just my dude, man. You're my other, I told one of the other guys this, Ken D. Foster, you're my other boy crush these days. But
nice.
McKenna, that's not to leave you out. You're my boy crush as well. I can be a little fickle. Sometimes I'm like an adolescent.
Hey, it's all good. It's good to be a boy crush. So I'm excited to be with you guys. It's kind of interesting. I was listening to our last speaker here, just some great stuff. I really love this idea of that motivation isn't the end all be all. The reality is when I went out and I interviewed 400 of the world's top achievers, we discovered, you remember the American psychologist William James talked about that emotion follows motion. And so what we kind of discovered on our own is that actually momentum is more important than motivation. So if we get ourselves going, and you've probably discovered that in your own life, that, if you're kind of having a rotten day, you're kind of not feeling great, but somebody turns on a song that you just love and you hear the music come in and you stand up, you give it a little bit of a wiggle, suddenly your whole state changes. And so you can rise really from a low vibration to a high vibration by really honestly just getting your body moving. And so that's really, really important. So I love what he said, and I'm excited to be here with you. Hopefully I can be of some service for you guys today. Jackie gave me such a really cool interview or introduction or whatever. And so I guess maybe just to kind of give you guys a background a little bit here. I know I've only got a short time. How much have I got, Jackie?
You've got 15 minutes, dude. Yeah.
Wow. So I'm going to talk like an auctioneer, the very best that I can, and hopefully.
No, listen, you're the last guy of the day. I want you to really feel like you can deliver your value.
For sure. So what I want to share is that there were some massive shifts that I learned as a young man. I know that this seminar is called the Money Vibe. The reality is my parents and those in our family were very well versed in the poverty pattern, the rat race. You get it. They were broke. There was no real entrepreneur spirit in our home. My dad worked in construction. My mom babysat kids in the home. And quite frankly, we even worked as a family to make ends meet. I remember delivering flyers door to door as a young man for a local real estate agent in our community. But here's the deal. When I was 19, somebody gave me 2 books that changed my life. One of them was Think and Grow Rich. The other, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. It was at that time that I decided, now here's something interesting. I made a decision to go out and start interviewing some of the world's top achievers and wealthiest people. I got to some of the biggest business leaders in the world. Now, here's the thing with decision I want you to just write down when it comes to money. Most people make decisions based on where they are, not where they want to go. And decisions are always future-based. So in other words, we make our decisions when an opportunity comes and we say, I don't have enough time, I don't have enough money, I don't have resources, I don't have enough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is if you want to have those things in the future, you need to take a leap of faith and you make a decision based on things that don't exist already. Right. There's a Zen proverb that I really love that says, leap and the net will appear. And so that's going to be your first big lesson towards making money and changing your situation, is that if you've got a prosperity consciousness, which starts with the awareness, we know what we want, right? We see it in the lives of others. We see it in the things surrounding us. We then measure that against our beliefs, and our beliefs are really where our decision is made, because we really never get committed to things that we don't believe could happen. And as soon as we make those decisions based on where we really want to go and who we really want to be and what we really want to have, that's all of a sudden where we can start taking activities and actually turning it into real life. By the way, I don't want you to take massive action. That's a lie. All these guys telling you to hustle, to grind, to take massive action, to wake up early, to go to bed late, totally a lie. Have you noticed that they're not telling you what to do during that time? They're not giving you instructions. They're just saying, get busy. So busyness does not really equal business. but they
Right.
think it does. So that's a total fallacy. So the reality is we need to get busy with specific action, deliberate action, doing the right things in the right way in the right sequence. Now, if there was time, I would love to go into more of that, but today there's not. So I'm going to give you a free gift that you can come and find this from us. And obviously, if you want to continue the relationship with this and with me, I'm happy to have these discussions. In fact, I've got lots of free trainings that we give. So you can go to my website right now, Certified Entrepreneur Coach. I coach entrepreneurs, and I'm looking for coaches who want to coach entrepreneurs. So if that's you, come with us. We've got lots and lots going on right now. As you can imagine, with the pandemic, everyone's becoming an entrepreneur. In fact, last year there was more than 548 million new entrepreneurs. That's 1.5 million a day. They need coaches. We've got tons of leads coming in that we can't even service. So if you're interested to help entrepreneurs, reach out. But go to that website, certifiedentrepreneur.coach.com, and I've got two really fantastic resources for you. One is something called The Best Opportunity Now, where I share actually what I learned when interviewing those top 400 achievers, how they evaluate opportunities. So if you've got an opportunity right now, again, whether it's to work with me or even your own business or one of the other coaches that have spoken or anyone else, there's actually 7 keys on how you can identify if an opportunity is going to resonate with you long term. Now, here's the thing that's interesting is you've heard, this idea of we need to get specific around our goals. And I agree. If it's not specific and clear, it's not attainable and near. So we need to really get our goals specific and clear so that they can be within our grasp, attainable and near. But here's the other thing. I love what Stephen Covey said in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He said, many people climb the ladder of success only to find that it's leaning against the wrong wall. So the reality is how you feel about your goals is just as important as how specific they are. And so we need to look long-term at those opportunities that are coming to see, is this going to be a legacy goal? Meaning, is this something I'm going to be excited about? Am I going to be proud about it? Is it something that, as I pass on and my family gets to look at, is it something they're going to be proud of? And so picking a goal isn't just about kind of dialing into something that's cool. I'll also mention that a lot of times we also select our goals based on what other people tell us they should be. So the reality is until we find that true inner why, until you find your why power, you won't have your willpower. So it's very important that we understand that why from a long-term point of view is important. By the way, when I was doing my interviews with the world's top achievers, I also had the opportunity to interview a lot of people that weren't top achievers, but had some really interesting wisdom. For example, I spoke in a maximum security prison in North Carolina one time, and I had a one-on-one visit after the big presentation with a gentleman who actually had killed one of his childhood friends in a gang war. By the time they were in junior high, they'd kind of split and joined different gangs, and he literally shot this kid, his best friend. They were at birthday parties together and everything as kids. And as I sat next to him, he said something. He says, I discovered a lie that a lot of people say. You've heard the idea that happiness is a choice? Well, he said, no, it's not. Because the reality is, as many of us make choices based on immediate gratification, sometimes on our emotions, and sometimes we make choices when our emotions are at a really low point and we're not thinking straight and we're looking at things incorrectly. And sometimes we even do it from a place of emotion or even anger. And he says, happiness is not a choice. He says, happiness is being prepared to make a choice and accept the consequence. So if we can have a consequence that creates joy, something that's long-term, that really enables us and empowers us, suddenly again, our ability to find happiness increases. So we need to look again at that legacy opportunity. Now, again, I wish we could talk about money, because here's what happened. Again, from a broke college student who, no kidding, took his ATM card and bounced it for $4.22 trying to get groceries. I was broke. I was hungry. I had no money. I went from there to literally inside of 6 months, turning my life into $1.6 million in revenue from a company I started, which is approximately $9,000 a day. One of the big things that I just want to share that I learned and how to do that, which is really, really important that you're going to have to learn. You've heard this idea that says, if it's meant to be, it's up to me. That's a lie. That's a complete lie. The reality is, as many of us think extremely big, but then we look at that and say, how am I going to do it? And we also even sometimes surround ourselves with a group that doesn't believe that either. You become like the 5 people you surround yourself with. And if you hang out with 4 losers, you get to become the 5th, right? So if we're hanging around with people who aren't quite getting that big thinking, we are also going to fail. But the reality is all big things in life are created by a team. They're not created by individuals. Again, this last gentleman was talking about working with celebrities and athletes and top people. I have never, ever met and I know a lot of them, people who won Academy Awards or Grammy Awards, or people who have done extraordinary things like climbing Mount Everest. In fact, I know one fellow that did it blind and he also has no legs. The reality is those are incredible accomplishments. And we often see that guy with the Academy Award thinking, wow, he did a great job, or the person with the gold medal, they did a great job. But the reality is, if we look behind the scenes, all of them have coaches, all of them have mentors, people who are guiding them, nutritionists, people who are pointing the way. That, even Sir Edmund Hillary, as he climbed Mount Everest, he had people carrying his bag and doing the navigations and all of these things. So if we think that we're ever going to get to those high levels of success by ourselves, we're wrong. Wealth, success, business are all team sports. In fact, the entrepreneurs that we coach, one of the analogies that I love to use is most people are like a conductor in an orchestra, and they take that podium to conduct the music, but rather than do that, they actually try to play all the instruments themselves. They run from the piano to the violin, to the bassoon, to the you fill in the blank. But the reality is a true entrepreneur selects the best players, and he has the vision of what the music will sound like. And he, again, orchestrates it. It's kind of like what Steve Jobs said, right? We don't hire smart people and tell them what to do. We hire smart people so they can tell us what to do. The fastest way to get rich is to surround yourself with people smarter than you and let them make the money for you using correct systems. Now, it's interesting that one of the things, if you were to go to Google right now and you were to type in the word number, like the hashtag number, and then one and passive income coach, you'll also find me. I don't consider myself a passive income coach. I actually coach entrepreneurs to build amazing business systems to 7 and 8 figures. But the reality is a few years ago, Money Magazine listed me as the #1 passive income coach. And the reason why I think this is important to point out is, why do we become business owners or entrepreneurs? And by the way, I really wish I had time to even learn what you guys do individually. But those of you that are business coaches those of you that are entrepreneurs and coaches, chances are very strong that you started that so that you could have financial freedom, time freedom, you could have location freedom, the ability as well to have recognition for the things you do. Again, for me, I've got siblings, so it's really kind of fun when I'm on a magazine cover and show it off to my whole family, because we're all very competitive as siblings. Maybe you have that too. And then also we create our businesses and become entrepreneurs for legacy. We want to solve a problem and create something bigger. Well, the reality is most people don't understand how to create business systems that are going to allow them to step away from their business and actually create it passively. Now, Jackie, how much time have I got left? Because I want to show something really kind of cool that will literally change everybody's life.
All right. Well, you're out of time, but I'm going to let you do that. No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me show you this super, super quickly.
Yeah.
The reality is that, when I was building my first businesses as a young man, I knew several multimillionaires, several entrepreneurs. And so when I was hanging out with them, it was inevitable that I would get bit by the business bug, right? I would, have this idea to build a business. So the saying, it says, take a millionaire out to lunch. So I took a multimillionaire out to lunch, and I brought with me a business plan. My idea at the time was the thicker, the better. And I made sure it hit the table super hard, so it felt like it was a big, substantial business plan. The reality is quantity does not equal quality. I've learned that since then. Now, when I brought that business plan to him, he began to flip through it, and he simply asked the question, where are the transactions? And I didn't really know what that meant. That was a new thing for me. So I started talking about our customers. This is who they are. This is what they look like, the demographics, right? Well, he kind of looked at me, but he kept going through my business plan. And then he said, where are the transactions again? This time I thought, okay, maybe he's talking something in the marketing plan. So I started talking about how I'm going to market this company and blah, 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 blah. Again, he kind of frowned at me, went back to the pages and said, where's the transactions? Again, I tried some other stupid excuse, and I can't even remember what it was. But again, he then stopped and he looked at me straight in the eyes and he says, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Well, he'd caught me. So I decided to confess, no, I do not know what a transaction is. And he pointed out, and this is the key for all businesses, that a transaction is essentially, if we look at this little diagram, it's where you as the company are going to share either an asset, service, information, or a community. Those are the only things that you can sell. And that person is going to give you money. Now, in a future opportunity, we'll talk about this fair exchange of value, because you notice both parties are also smiling, and fair exchange is not what it seems. But the reality, when you can understand what those key transactions are, what you are giving someone and what they are giving you money for, you can all of a sudden now find out who are your customers, what is the marketing, and all the other elements. But the point that I also want to share that's really important here is you can also start identifying the steps that need to take place to make those transactions happen. And as you know what you need to do to get that person his asset, service, information, or community, and to get the money back, and you can eliminate some of those steps or delegate or systematize or automate, suddenly you've got less to do, which makes that business system now passive so that you're making more money without having to put in the efforts. So your job as a business owner, again, this conductor in the symphony, is to find who can fill these roles so that you actually get paid while you're sitting on the beach, taking a nap, hanging out with your family and friends, and etc. That's how last year during the pandemic, I was able to build a $14 million passive income stream for myself. Now, just one last thing that I do want to share with this that I think will be useful for you, that most people kind of don't really think about, is that this can also be done in pretty much any business that exists. Right? So it doesn't matter what you're doing for your income stream, even if you're working for someone else, you can find ways to make your income more passive. And passive income's gotten a really bad rap. It's not either, passive income is bad or whatever. It's that all income streams are on a continuum between active and passive. And you get to decide how passive it will be or how active it will be by how good you are at finding people to replace what you do. Yeah. Now, again, there's lots more I'd like to share. I obviously went over time, so I'm super thankful. But again, you're welcome to touch base with us. And I've got lots of free materials where you can continue the journey. Just head over to certifiedentrepreneur.coach.com. And I look forward to getting to know you guys. Now, Jackie, back to you.
Awesome so much. Let's give some high fives, some fist bumps. Boom, 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 boom. Living it up for this guy, Doug Van Buren. Thank you so much. I love your energy, your wisdom, Doug. Just being around you is just such a delight and such a joy. So thank you. What you've created and the difference that you're making in the world with your movie, How Thoughts Become Things, your movie, The Opus, and some of your upcoming projects, movies, your Certified Entrepreneur Program, the upcoming Certified Prosperity Consciousness Program. You're really doing some extraordinary things. So
I suppose, Jackie, if you'll let me, I maybe should put in a plug for the movie so everybody knows what it is. We've got a movie called How Thoughts Become Things. Many people feel like it's the follow-up to the film The Secret. And I've got most of the gang from The Secret in it: Bob Proctor, Joe Vitale, Dennis Waitley, John Osroff, John DeMartini, Marie Diamond, Bob Doyle, all the gang from the original Secret. And we answer the question of, you remember in The Secret, they said, thoughts become things, and they were all dramatic about it. Well, now we're going to tell you how. And we talk about many things, including modern neuroscience, psychology, the things that influence us, how we deal with our programming, how we overcome negative and limiting beliefs, and so forth. And we brought all those top leaders back. So if you're interested to see that film, you can go to howthoughtsbecomethings.com.
It's awesome. Thank you so much, Doug. I know it's been incredibly successful. It got more downloads than The Secret, right? Is that
so far? We're actually outselling The Secret by about 3 to 1. And the book comes out. I think one of the reasons why I think it maybe is doing so well, obviously during the pandemic, many of us are struggling to reinvent ourselves. And there's a lot of fear, challenges, and all of these things. But the reality is The Secret was a beginning of a conversation. It introduced the ideas of the law of attraction, but it also did not take us to the next level of the really what to do. Not just the sit on your couch, meditate, and the Ferrari is going to show up. That doesn't work. But now what can we actually do to start really magnetizing the things in our life that we really want through actual deliberate action, as I talked about.
So great. That's exactly right. Mastering the physical domain, mastering the ethereal domain, living at the intersection of the spiritual, the ethereal domain, and the physical domain, mastering both of those. And, you're going to watch the prosperity and the money in your life just change. You will have an absolute different experience of things. It is mastering those two domains. And Doug, you've done it, as all of our speakers have. I can't thank you guys enough. All of the speakers today, Ezra, bringing your love and wisdom, Ken, Brisa, Doug, having you here to wrap things up for us. Just been so much fun. So I just want to ask you guys once again, review your intention and put in the chat, did you get what you came here for today? Review your intention. Did you get what you came here for today? And as you're doing that, I want to review the intention for the Money Vibe Summit was that each and every person leave with a greater sense of clarity and power regarding your relationship with money and the knowledge and tools to go forward to create an extraordinary experience of manifesting money and prosperity in every area of your life. Did you get that today? Was your intention fulfilled? Now, if it was, I'm hoping it was, and you all know that it doesn't end here. Today was an introduction. Today we planted seeds. Today we raised the vibe. We inspired you. We brought forth greater possibility of how God wants to express through and as you right here, right now in your life. I know that you spent time with us today because you have a desire. You have a desire for something more, something greater, something more fulfilling, something bigger and grander than you now know yourself to be. Why do I know that? Because it's our freaking purpose. You are here to grow in consciousness back to the divinity from which you came. That's why you're here. If you've ever wondering, trying to figure it out, what's my purpose? Well, good. Money Vibe Summit, you just got that handle. You are here to grow in consciousness. So of course you have things that want to come through you. It is the natural order of life, the onward, upward impulse of the ever evolving soul. That is what desire is. The onward, upward impulse of the ever evolving soul. That is a Charles Fillmore quote, not from my own sense of brilliance. So you had lots of opportunities to meet extraordinary people today, those here who are here participating and those who've been teaching and speaking. I hope that you will reach out to Ken, to Breeza, to Doug, and yes, to myself, to all of the other speakers. Get to know us better. I want to invite you one more time. If you want to kick ass and change your financial life, I'm running a 6-month mastermind group. It doesn't happen overnight, folks. You're welcome, Dea. Thank you for the text. I just saw that coming on my screen. I'm running a 6-month mastermind group to blow the doors off of your money vibe. We're going to look at, this is what's different about my work, by the way, folks. This is where I think a lot of coaches make a mistake, is they start with, what do you want? What's the vision? Without looking at the fact that your freaking house is on fire. If your house is on fire, you got to put the fire out first. So we're going to start with let's look at the good, the bad, and the ugly about what's so about your financial life, right? You can't create the life of your dreams if you can barely sit down on the couch because it's going to fall down underneath you. So we do a lot of work in the first part of the program, creating the structural integrity that you need to actually build the prosperity consciousness and the vibe that you want to be living in. So we start with, let's just get real. Assessment and awareness. You cannot change what you cannot see. You cannot change what you cannot see. So getting really clear on what your financial life is currently looking like and what's in there that needs to get fixed and handled is the first place we begin. And then we begin looking at what is your internal infrastructure, what I call your IOS, your internal operating system. You cannot change what you cannot see. We're going to look and see what has held you back. Why don't you have what you currently want? What is the areas of your life? Not why, but what is it? What do you believe? What's in your thoughts? We go underneath all of that and look at, where am I not satisfied? Where do I not believe? And then we create an elevation, a new experience, elevating your consciousness. I actually, I say you can spend the 25 years kind of figuring out new financial beliefs that are going to lift your vibe, or I'm just going to teach you these 10 that I've shown have been proven to change people's lives. So I actually teach you a new infrastructure, a new set of beliefs, and then how you can go about adopting them. So they are the financial beliefs that I have adopted. I call it my money manifesto. The financial beliefs that will lead you to having a transcendent experience of life, getting beyond survival, getting beyond being stressed out, transcending the physical plane so that you can create the life you want. So Aaron, put that link in there one more time for my 6-month Money Vibe mastermind group. Signing up now gives you a 60% discount on that cost, the cost of it. And, Doug has talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. You got to start somewhere. You got to take that leap. You got to believe in yourself and put your money where your commitment is, right? So is it free? No, it's not free. Thank you, Breeza, giving me that thumbs up. I see it. Look at you, Breeza. Just hanging in there.
Hey, Jackie.
Yeah.
The return on nothing is always nothing. So
the return on nothing is always nothing, right? Exactly right. So I just want to thank Karen and Stowe. I see you're here. Bill, you're still here. Love you guys so much. Doug hopping on. Ezra, I need a coffee date with you, girlfriend. We got to talk. Ken Foster, thank you so much. I love you guys, each and every one of you. Aaron Yeagle, thank you for managing the back office today. And each and every one of you, sexy ass, just wonderful participants. Bring in your love, bring in your energy. raising the vibe on the planet. That is who you are. That's what you're here to do. Let's go light our world. Peace out. The Money Vibe Summit is complete. Thank you, everybody. I will hang on this Zoom as long as I need. If anybody wants to talk to me about the mastermind group, I will be here until every last person has signed off. So peace out, everybody.
Great job, Jackie.
Thank you. Unmute yourselves. Feel free to say goodbye to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Mwah.
Thank you,
Thank
Jackie.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, Becca. Bye, Kristen. Thanks for being here.
Look forward to get in touch with everybody. Bye.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Jackie.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye, Denise. Good to see you, Denise.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thanks for being here. Ezra, I'm gonna
Ezra, thank you for coming so late from Turkey.
Yeah, Ezra, thank you. Oh, you're muted, Ezra. Unmute yourself, honey. Unmute. Yeah,
Thank you, everybody. It was awesome.
Oh, it was delightful to be in your space today. I love this day. It was so fun.
It sure was. You know, at the end of it, you get a communal energy that I can feel.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm not the only one.
No, there's only one of us, baby. There's one energy, one vibe. We are connected. And the more that we know and affirm that, the more we just raise the vibe together. So take this from your individual vibe, right? Your God pod, your God seed right now. Just see that going out to each and every one of us, going out into the world and impacting all of the people that you're going to come into contact with today, tomorrow. Tell people like, oh my God, I did this Money Vibe Summit. You know, money is just energy and I'm one with the flow.
That's right. That's right. Deb Gibson, I want to say hello to you. I've been watching you rocking your chair the whole day. It's so much fun.
Well, thank you. I've been watching all your comments. I've been reading all your comments that you've been putting up. So that was awesome.
I took typing in high school and never knew that it was going to be such a useful thing to have.
Yeah, really. I just got a text from Karen and Stowe. They said that they have lost power.
Oh, wow.
In Nashville, they have lost power. So they said to say goodbye to you and thank you and all that stuff. And thank you, Jackie, for reaching out to me to get in touch with them.
That's so awesome.
And yes, they are awesome. And go to their website if you want some awesome music. They have a song for any situation.
That's so great. Rohit, I want to thank you for still being with us. It's got to be like 2 a.m. India time.
It's around 12:45 a.m. But it was good, like full of inspiration, full of people sharing their experiences that has helped them achieve what they wanted to achieve in their life. So it was absolutely fabulous. And I want to thank everyone for joining us here. And love the whole summit.
Rohit, are you in India or Bangladesh or Pakistan?
I'm from India, New Delhi, India.
He's in New Delhi, yeah.
New Delhi.
He's a wonderful team member and just
Thank
a valued friend. Thank you so much, Rohit, for being here. So if anybody wants to talk to me about the mastermind group, I'll hang around here. Just so grateful to keep raising the vibe with this community of people. Also want to be sure you guys know I have a Facebook group called Money Vibe Mastery that you guys can join. It's a great tribe of people that are just same as here, you know, committed to raising the vibe on the planet. You will be getting an email from me, a thank you email within an hour, and then tomorrow morning inviting you for a 7-day accountability week challenge. So you actually take what you learned and heard today and put it in action. It doesn't cost you anything. Just sign up for the 7-day accountability challenge just because I'm a coach, right? I don't want to just for you to have a good time today. We are not entertainers. We're coaches. We don't bring entertainment. We bring transformation. And how that's going to be best for you is to just put this into action, particularly over this next week. So you'll get an email about that 7-day accountability action week challenge where you'll get emails from me every day just saying like, hey, what'd you do? Did you do it? What's your goal today? Right? Just taking this knowledge and putting it into your lives.